Call the regular meeting of the Pennington County Commission to order. And just remind people to please quiet their cell phones. And there's agendas in the back of the room. There's also speaker request forms if you have an item that you want to speak on. And we'll start with a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance led by myself. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item is to review and approve the agenda.
So moved.
I've got a motion
Second.
and a second. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Joan Martin.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joan Martin, Commission Assistant. The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the Board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items. Number 5, minutes from the regular meeting, July 19th, 2022. Item 6, to approve the renewal of retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine licenses for Rushmore Candy Company and the Moonshine Gulch Saloon LLC, and to release the licenses upon payment of appropriate property taxes as submitted by the Auditor's Office. And number 7, to acknowledge the disinterment permit 1472400. And Commissioners, we've had a citizen request that we remove item 5 from the consent agenda.
Okay. Is there public have any desire in having either item 6 or 7 removed from the consent agenda so that they can be discussed? Hearing none, I'll take a motion on item 6 and 7.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve items 6 and 7.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 5, minutes of the regular meeting. Mr. Ellsworth. And Mr. Ellsworth, the last couple times we've spent about a half hour on these minutes. I'd just appreciate it if you could shorten it up.
Chad Ellsworth. I'm here to speak to the non-controversial and routine portion of those minutes on 7/19 or July 19. The first item that I want to bring to your attention is item 18 from the agenda. Shows items from the public, but when you get into the actual minutes, there's no call on those minutes for the public to speak. And there hasn't been.
Pardon me, say that again.
There's no call in the minutes. In the minutes, it doesn't say that you've called for the public to speak.
But if you were here for that portion of it, you know that I did.
It's not in the minutes. It's not in the minutes.
Okay, but I did open it up to the public.
You did, but a person
Okay,
didn't.
that's all. Okay.
Okay, I think it's critical to bring up. It's controversial why you're not asking the public on the record for their comments. The other, if I can expound a little bit, the other people that you had come up here, for the most part, for the last 2 or 3 sessions, are all interested parties that work for you or for the attorney firms, that kind of thing. That's what I'm getting at. Whether there's a public call for comments that people can read and say, okay, I can go down there and I can give it. The second thing gets a little bit into the weeds, but it was important to note on the minutes. when you got into the vouchers on page 12 of those minutes, there was a charge from Simply Verified having to do with an invoice for $1,098. If you look into the packet on that, it turns out to be that there's a invoice noted in the packet, and it has to do with a background check for Mike Butler. The it sounds like it's coming from the PDO, I guess that's Public Defender's Office, on 7/1 and for payment on 7/19. And I went down and talked to the auditor and see if I could get some information on that. I wrote some kind of FOIA forms, public request forms, and she's denied me on all of it except for a copy of that invoice. And in that invoice, it shows an invoice for doing a check on Michael James Butler. The that person I can't find, and I've been looking for him. Supposedly he went to work. We find out now that he was working way before you brought him in, and under that executive session thing. He was brought into work here on the 13th of April, and I can't find anything about him. I think it's extraordinary. If you go from there over to the next thing that I've got on the packet itself, on July 19th packet, page 80, there's a budget memo from Laura Retzel as interim state attorney. That's dated July 11th, 2021. And on that packet, it shows that she's working for the office of Mark A. Vargo, state's attorney. We're getting into this, whether he's an attorney general or whether has been an attorney general, but he's claiming, or she's claiming, with that memo that's in your file, that on July 11th, he's still the state's attorney. If we move on from there, there's in the packet on page 128. Ms. Russell continues. She's, as a state's attorney and public defender, it states that as a state's attorney and public defender, they are directly tied to they're directly tied to the judicial system. So now we're saying that public defender's office, which supposedly this man Butler was working in, is a judicial matter, and that goes to the conversation about why he's missing here on hiring people, and why you apparently, or somebody, I'm not going to get into any accusations, but somebody is faking his employment. And she's stating that it's none of our business. It's kind of a threat. It's just saying that this is a judicial business, hiring and firing people like that, and that in that regard, it's totally Mr. Feifel that's handling that kind of thing. We move to the packet out of the minutes on July 19th, when Tansi came in and gave her petition, which prompted the letters coming in from the governor and from Mr. Vargo. And we certainly note that Mr. Vargo's letter wasn't in the packet originally, and it was a revised after that. It came in the day before, it appeared a day before the actual meeting that was held on July 19th. His letter is completely devoid of any transmission materials. It's not even dated. The questions about that I brought up to the auditor, and she's denied me certified copies of all of that. The other letter coming from the governor a few days before that was in the packet. I've asked for certified letters of that, or certified copies of that and the transmission to show when it was transmitted, and she's denied that. So I'm getting to the point where I'm seeing some problems. And on that packet, on the Vargo letter, that was now a revised packet number, or page number 34 and 35. The governor's letter is now revised to page 33 of that packet. And it leads, I'm going to end this here real quick. The real reason that these letters came in from Mr. Vargo, Ms. Retzel, and all these things coming in later, show that there's a little conflict of interest here, and it seems to show that it's reacting to Tonchi's petition. But upon further further look at this, research on this, there's a big lawsuit coming their way at the same time. It's coming towards you folks on that 41 Civ 22 Palomo suit over in Sioux Falls, of which you've entered. And I understand that you're denying people that are inquiring about your attorney's fees that you're paying for that suit. That brings all into focus. It's happening the same time. There's an election fraud situation brewing, and it looks like it's a cover-up. I'm going to end on that. I'd be glad to ask any questions. If somebody can tell me how I can get information that the public has the right to get, and I've been doing it now through FOIAs to the auditor's office. I'll continue on that. And there has to be some result. We have to know who's doing what where. And I would think you would want to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion on item number 5?
Move to approve. Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the regular meeting, July 19, 2022. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next item we have is the bonding discussion. Tom Grimmin. Welcome, Tom.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well.
Tom Grimmin from Collier Securities, used to be Doherty and Company. I think I've been here since our name change, but just to refresh your memory, used to be Doherty and Company. Mike Doherty started the company back in '77, opened an office in Sioux Falls in '84, and we've been there ever since. I've been there since '92. I just hit 30 years in July, so that was kind of cool. So anyway, Mike retired and he sold the company to Collier Securities a couple years ago. So now we're Collier Securities, still the same folks. My boss is still the same boss, and we've been working with Pennington County for 20 years or plus of my time in the office there. So how much time do you want me to take?
Well, certainly not going to limit you, because I think we may have questions relative to the information also. This comes about because we're thinking that with the needs that we have, not only at the jail, but other needs that we have, is that we're probably going to need to be doing some bonding in the near future. So,
Well, I'll just start from the beginning. I didn't know if you guys had an Elmo or not that I could put this under. I don't think you guys do, but But anyway, so on page 1 there, this is just kind of our boilerplate information, county bounding 101, that we start with the presentation in Pennington County. Last time I did this, I did it for Lincoln County. So if you see Lincoln County in there, it's because I missed it when I was changing it to Pennington County. I apologize. So we'll just kind of go down to number 2 on their financing options, a little bit of information. Again, County Bonding 101. You can bond basically 3 different ways. You can do general obligation bonds, where you have a vote and 50%, a majority vote plus, 50 plus 1, a majority vote passes a general obligation bond for counties. You can also have building fund bonds, number 2 there. Building fund bonds require a vote also. And you can bond up to, this was what they might consider a limited tax general obligation. Number 1, under general obligation bonds, it's an unlimited tax, meaning you can raise the levy as high as you need to pay debt service. Under the building fund bonds, you're limited to 90 cents per thousand. So that's what we would consider a limited tax general obligation bond, because there is a limit on how high you can raise the levy. And then under the county law, under Chapter 7, it talks about certificates of participation, lease purchases, and that's what's covered in number 3 and number 4. Number 5 on here states that if 3 and 4 are made subject to referendum, a levy under 3 and 4 may be in addition to the existing levy, and that's 101335. So I gave the sites. I don't know if I necessarily need to get into the codified law and go through this. I'm not an attorney, but this is the highlights of the different sections of the law that kind of feed back to this. As most of you know, your county levy is frozen, but the statutes provide for basically project financing. So if, say, you wanted to build a new jail, you could make a motion, and 4 out of the 5 of you have to agree to that motion. It'd be a formal resolution, and then you could actually, then that resolution would become referable, and they would have 20 days to refer that and bring it to an election, which would require a 50% plus 1 vote, a majority vote, to pass. If it doesn't get referred, then the levy can go into place for that project that you've passed that resolution on. Now, has this been done? Yes. Lincoln County's done it for their shop, which was $9 million, and they did it for their courthouse addition. They were the first ones to do it. Minnehaha County did it for their jail, for their $46 million jail that they did. They went through the process of a lease purchase, did the resolution that was referable. It was not referred, and then the levy went into place. And so that's done. As most of you know, that there was a property tax freeze that was put in a number of years ago, back in the 90s, where you cannot levy above either CPI or whatever the growth rate is. But through the project finance, through 1013, and I'll just point out that one specifically, and that's on page 3. 101335, the highlighted section there, the taxing district may increase the revenue it receives from taxes on real property above the limit, and they're talking about that property tax freeze, above the limit provided by the section for taxes levied payable for principal and interest charges on any bonds issued after 97, which was when the limitation came in, which are subject to referendum. So if you have the referendum and it's not referred, or even if it's referred and it passes, then you can raise your levy above the current property tax level to pay for that project. And we've done that previously. Now, that's if you want to go above. I did throw some numbers in. Well, let's go with the interest rate, which is the next interest rate. So you can kind of get an idea where interest rates are right now. So I threw a chart in there on page 4. So this is where current interest rates are at. I've got a graph that goes way back to the beginning of the last century, but this one I go back to 1965 on here, because you can see that basically that's the last low point. And then we hit that back in 2000, 21, we hit a 65-year low. And then rates started going back up with inflation and everything that's going on in the economy. But just to give you a little perspective, I mean, rates are still good historically. But if you look back, obviously, the big hump there in the curve goes back to the 80s when we had inflation where we're at right now. And some folks are predicting interest rates. They may not go that high again, but some of them are still saying the interest rates are still lower than where they should be, given the inflation that we have and the economy not growing the way it's supposed to be growing. So I guess what I'm saying, it's a good time to be in the market if you guys are interested in doing a project. Now, one of the things that was really smart a few years ago, well, back when the property tax freeze went into effect, is that you had a levy within your building fund already. You were paying for projects already. Well, if you had a levy in your building fund already at that time, you could take the growth for the building fund levy. Before 97, you could, by a majority vote actually, you could raise your building fund levy and do that 90 cents per thousand, utilizing a lease purchase, the language that's in the county section of the codified law. So, but that changed, obviously, after 97, that all got froze. So if you were a county that didn't have they had a zero in their building fund levy, you can't grow zero, right? So 3% times zero is still zero. So, so what you guys had done, you actually had some money that was being paid out, and over the years, through good management from prior auditors, that continued to grow. And your building fund levy now has some space in there. You've done all your projects without doing what I just outlined. We still do a lease purchase, but there's no referendum period really, because your levy is already in place to pay for all those projects. You're already receiving all the money you need to pay for these projects. What I just outlined was if you need to go above a certain levy amount for a certain dollar amount for projects. I don't know where your projects numbers are at, but I just wanted to offer that to you. Within the current levy, I ran some numbers for the auditor and provided them, and they're in there, and they're in the next pages. And basically, the outline here is that if we turn the page and I look at the first one, page 6, you can see what you're on page 6. You can see the existing debt service, and that's about 6 columns over. It says existing D/S. That's existing debt service. That's all your bonds right now that you're paying for at the county. That's the debt service on them. And you can see after 2023, there's a fair amount that comes off. Well, understanding that the county may have within their existing levy, nothing outside, no referral required or no referral option, you could do about $5.5 million of annual debt service and additional debt. So knowing that, I backed into a number of about $45 million that you could have to do for additional building projects. I don't know if that's, again, I haven't seen any numbers from the building fund committee. I don't know if that touches what the county would like to do, but at least within the existing levy, before you guys have to basically opt out or do the project financing that I mentioned, you have enough room there to do up to about $45 million, given where interest rates are today. And I think
Commissioner Adcock.
that's
So,
about.
Mr. Griffin, so without doing a referral, you could go up to 45 million, is what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Commissioner.
I appreciate that. And the interest rate right now is what on that 45 million?
Well, on this, and actually rates have gotten a little better, but I didn't change them. I'm not chasing. When yields go down, I tend not to chase them.
So it's close to
So I leave them where they're at, but your bond yield on this is around 4% on
yeah,
this.
okay. Thank you, sir.
So Tom, let's say we go over the 45 million. I understand the referendum issue and so forth.
Yep.
But what else does that change then as far as, does that change interest rates and so forth, or?
No, not at all.
Okay.
The counties are a little bit different. We do a lease purchase for counties, and I'm glad you asked that, Commissioner Drews, is that Counties are not like other, we structure it as a COP, what they call a certificate of participation. Usually certificates of participation are an annual appropriation where annually you take your money and, at the bottom you pay debt service after you pay all your other bills. And it's not secure. In South Dakota law, you can do lease purchases. They're called certificates of participation, but the pledge is for a greater than a year. It's 10 years, 20 years, or you can go all the way up to 30 years. When we did the original bonds that built this building back in 2010, we went 30 years. So you can do that. So it doesn't change, I guess I'm getting back to your question. It's a limited tax GO, even though it's structured as a COP, as a lease purchase, it's still a limited tax GO. You're gonna end up with a double, knock on wood. I don't like to count my chickens before they're hatched, but you guys got one of the highest ratings in the state. The state is the only one that has a higher rating for their GO bonds, and they don't issue GO bonds, and they're AAA because they don't have that option to issue GO bonds. You guys are AA1. So your rating for GO bonds and your limited tax GO bonds through a lease purchase, which is what we've done with the other project you've done, is a AA1. So there's only one higher than that, and that's AAA. And there's no, like I said, no real entity that has it in the state. The state has it, but it's on a fictitious GO rating, and they don't do GO bonds. They don't have the ability to do them.
Okay.
So,
Other questions of Tom?
I would like to add, if anybody, given where interest rates are at, I did run, basically things are linear, when you're doing this because it's level debt service out to it's interest only out to a certain point. And I know that might cause a lot of heartache, but you have to do that to fit that into the structure you already have with the bonds you have outstanding. And it's not desirable, but it is what it is because you have a lot of room at the end of the curve or the end of the structure for something like this. And this was only a 25-year structure too, not 30. If we go out 30, then the interest gets even more, and then that drives up those early years to amount greater than $5.5 million. So the sweet spot was 25 years, and then all we have to really worry about is that first year. If you guys issue debt this year, what do we do next year? But anyway, just back to my one point I wanted to make. Given where your taxable value is right now, for every penny you add above your existing levy, so a penny per thousand of your valuation, it generates about $1.5 million in additional construction funds. Does that make sense? So if you added 10 cents to your levy, above and beyond what you're already a levying, you would have an additional $15 million. Does that make sense?
It does.
So
Thank you.
And then,
Commissioner Hadcock.
just something, food for thought. Has anybody bonded for their water, sewer, infrastructure projects?
yes, as far as counties or, counties don't really do that. It's usually a city or a water district or somebody like that ends up doing that. But yes, I mean,
Because the interest rates are so low?
no, just usually it's some other entities taking care of that. So we don't really see a lot of counties doing water sewer, but they could. And then, of course, if you guys qualify, I would point you to the state. The state's got really cheap money, through the SRF program. I don't know if you'd qualify for them. I would definitely consult with your consulting engineer.
So the FR, and that's what I know our water district is doing. What are those rates? I forgot.
I don't know. I assume they're in the 275 range or something like that, maybe 3. I don't know where they're at, but they'd be usually they're lower than what I can offer.
Okay. I remember that, but for some reason I can't remember the interest rate. It's just food for thought.
Yeah.
On some of the things that we
And
need
you
to do
guys,
for our county.
if you wanted to dabble in it, you may even qualify for some USDA money too. And they'll finance something out 40 years at a really good rate, but then you have to, you have to
And
go
who is
through all
that
those
again?
hoops. USDA, USRD, Rural Development.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Tom, if we had the bond and we waited a year or two and the interest rates kept climbing, this would be a different scenario than what was presented today.
I would tell you I did this scenario. I'm glad you asked. I didn't run it for you guys, but I did run it for, it was, again, I think it was Lincoln County. what we could get for $30 million pushed them down to $27 million. And that was 3-4 months ago, and interest rates have gone up since then. So yes, interest rates will affect this, because if you're looking at trying to stay under your levy, well, in the long run, it's going to affect taxpayers. If you go above the levy, obviously it's going to affect them. But if you're trying to stay within that $5.5 million range, the only thing that can happen is the amount of construction fund dollars decreases as interest rates go up. I mean, it's inversely proportional. So yes, if you believe interest rates are going up, today's a good day. Yesterday would have been a better day, but today's a good day to get into the market. And, in the near future is a good time to be in the market. This group, I don't think anybody was here in 2010. We took advantage of the ARA Act before it expired in 2010. We basically did $30 million or more in construction funds, again, that built this and built the garage and some other projects, and we really didn't have any firm plans. I mean, it was really just a 30,000-foot view of what they wanted to do with the $30 million, but they wanted to lock in currently low interest rates, and they wanted to take advantage of the ARA deal, which had a 45%, it was a taxable bond with 45% reduction in interest that the feds were paying on a majority of that money, and it was a really good deal at that time. Interest rates went even lower since 2010, but again, you guys have had this building now for 10 years.
So I'm looking at Cindy to see if Cindy has any questions that have not been asked that you would like to present to Tom. Okay.
And of course, as the projects become clearer, or however you guys want to move ahead, I can always come back out. This was, again, kind of the 30,000-foot view, and you guys have room, and even if you want to dabble in going above that limit, there is a way to do that. The statutes provide for that without having a vote.
Okay. Any further questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I just appreciate you coming in and giving some details on some of the past of the bonding that's come on. I think everybody's well aware that we've got some infrastructure problems in our jail, and, we put some money away for that and trying to fix that. And I know the building committee's got some thoughts and are exploring some other things that they need to do, and they haven't finalized anything yet. And that's kind of what prompted you to be here, because we know we're going to have to do something. And I think the commission wanted a little more background and input. So I appreciate you coming in and doing that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Tom.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Next item will be Elevate. I have Tom Johnson's name down here, but I know there are several others here with him. Good morning to another Tom.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Here today as a result of some conversations we've had over the years, since I've been here about 2.5 years, of coming to try to update you on a regular basis. We plan on at least getting in front of you twice a year, giving you an update on where we're at, what we're doing, and answering any questions that you might have. We have our teams here today as well in the back. Matt Bruno, our Economic Development Director, Anna Hayes, our Public Policy and Quality Growth Pillar Director, our new Housing Coordinator, Laura Jones, and Garth Wadsworth, our Public Policy Manager. So if you have any questions about housing or any of the stuff that you see in this presentation today, they may also be here to answer any of those questions you have. We get a lot of questions about housing right now, and so we wanted to make sure Laura was here to answer those questions. I do have a PowerPoint that they tried to instruct on how I could get that up there, and I'll try right now. We got that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, we have done, I think, some interesting things in the last 6 months specifically, and we'll get to that in the slides. But just so you know, you see up there a phrase called Elevate 2.0, 23 to 27. That's because we are in the last year of our first 5-year campaign. Even before I got here in 2019, Elevate had started with a group of individuals led by David Lust and others in January of 2018. I came on board in October of 19. So the Elevate experiment that has been looked at nationally started in earnest in January 28. And we must get calls probably once a month from communities across the country. We were actually in Indianapolis last week at the National Association of Chamber of Commerce's, and we were getting questions about how do you merge chambers, how do you merge economic development groups. We said, well, not only do we merge that, we merged 4 organizations together. So we get called on how to do this stuff. We could probably start charging consulting fees as many calls we get. So the Elevate experiment has been almost in motion now for 5 years. We're going to talk a little bit about what we've done in those last 3.5 to 4 years, but mostly today, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, we want to spend a little time talking about where we're going to go. For those that are new, and none of you fit that billing, I gave this presentation in front of City Council last night, and there were some new individuals. We wanted to give you a little refresher on our history. Again, formed in January of 2018. It was a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Development Partnership, the Economic Development Foundation, or the Ascent Innovation Center, now called the David Lust Accelerator Building, and then our funding partner, South Dakota Ellsworth Development Authority. Visually, this is what it looks like. We brought and merged 3 of those organizations, the Chamber, the Foundation, and the Ascent Innovation Group, under the Elevate roof. So we're a 501c6. Those are one entity now. So we function and provide the services of a Chamber of Commerce. We function and provide the services of an economic development organization. And we have 2 incubators totaling 80,000 square feet right now. We're finishing off the second one as we speak today. And then we also provide funding, local support for the South Dakota Ellsworth Development Authority so that the base and the National Guard feel, and the Air Service men and women feel connected to the community. Our mission is to elevate the region for everyone. Sometimes we get accused of, oh, you're only looking for the big guy. Not true. That's why our mission says to elevate the region for everyone. We're not here to elevate the good old boy network over the small businesses. And in fact, during COVID, we literally took all the resources we had and helped keep Main Street businesses open, barbershops, real estate agencies, clothing stores, service centers. We literally did grants and loans to try to keep them open during COVID. So if you hear this out on the street, simply not true. Most of the services and resources actually go into small businesses, those businesses that are less than 50. We use this framework. I brought this from previous jobs I had. I ran the Governor's Office of Economic Development in Wyoming. Also was down in Colorado. I've taught this model to many economic development and chambers across the country. And this is the structure we brought to Elevate. At the bottom, we focus on the community development, which provides the foundation for the top. So we focus on leadership, advocacy, public policy, quality of life, quality growth, in this case, infrastructure development and housing, education and workforce. That provides the foundation for the top 3 levels, which is the economic development side. So that's where you see all the job creation. We spend a lot of our time helping existing businesses. Recruiting gets all the press, but we spend about 60 to 80% of our time doing visits with existing companies that are already here on Main Street and in the area, trying to help them expand. Recently, we did a loan with B9 Creations and another loan with Property Meld. So local companies that are here, we're trying to help them grow. We also have an incubator, and that's why we focus on innovation and entrepreneurship. About 27,000 square feet of leased space is coming online in the next 3 months, and we'll talk about that in a moment. And then finally, we do business recruitment and attraction. Often I get asked about this slide when I give talks about which one comes first. The reason you see leadership, development, and advocacy and public policy at the bottom is that provides the foundation for the top. So you shouldn't really be recruiting right out of the get-go. You should be focusing on all the other stuff. And I know that's not foreign to you all with the amount of infrastructure that you talk about. When you merge 3 organizations, you end up having divisions that sort of replace the organizational footprint, and we certainly have 6 of those. We have an economic development division, which recruits businesses, expands businesses, but also tries to remove red tape. We fundamentally are an organization that believes in free markets, and we like to encourage governments and states to get out of the way of business. And so we provide, mostly through the work of Garth and Laura, help with developers and businesses trying to get them through the red tape that South Dakota generally doesn't have, but sometimes does. And so we spend a lot of our time making sure that businesses understand the roadmap in starting a business, growing a business, et cetera. We also work with our Opportunity Capture Fund and our Rapid Loan Fund and provide MNs and training around economic development. Our second pillar or division is Entrepreneurship and Innovation. We provide entrepreneurs with coaching, mentorship, capital formation, an incubator space, market research. We don't get a lot of talk about our market research center, but we spend about $30,000 to $40,000 a year on some databases that can help give you industry trends and financial ratios and competitive analysis and psychographic and demographic profiles so that anybody in the community who's trying to start a business and wants to know where they should locate a business, we can help them give that information to go and put it in a business plan so they can go get funding. So we do that under that pillar primarily. And then I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about our workforce and talent attraction pillar. We've spent most of our time in the last year on this pillar. We've worked on a nursing recruiting campaign to try to get nurses and healthcare workers to the area. And we've also spent about $150,000 a year trying to get people who are coming out of crisis and poverty into the workforce and upskilling them so they can get into the workforce and have a living wage. I hear all the time, help us find workers, and that's what we're trying to do in this pillar. We just got the preliminary numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and our unemployment rate just went down. These are preliminary numbers, so they could change, down to 2.2%. So if you're looking for a job in Pennington County right now, you actually can find one. That 2.2, I think, is the lowest we've seen in about 30 years of unemployment. So it's quite low, but however, our labor force participation rate is also low, and I'll explain why in a moment. Our final three pillars, small business, we focused a lot on that. We've gotten a lot of use out of our downtown facade loan program. We've made about 5 loans into the downtown with some mom and pops for their facade loans in the last 6 months alone. So we focused a lot of our mixers and events. When the chamber was going, previously before we did the merger, this was the chamber's primary program. They did the mixers every single month and events. We've kept that tradition going. We hold a mixer every single month if you're interested in coming. Our last 2 pillars, business advocacy and quality growth. Sometimes they get stopped on the street by the folks who, I guess you'd call them anti-growth folks. They say, hey, you're the guy that wants to turn this place into Denver. Not true at all. First of all, we don't have the water to become Denver. And second, we're here for quality growth. There's a difference between development and growth. Growth is just a numbers game. We got jobs, we didn't get jobs, unemployment went up, unemployment went down. Development is what we're after. Development is more sustainable. Development is why we live here. Development is why we enjoy the Black Hills. We're after a community and an ecosystem that's developed, not necessarily one that's growing. And there is a difference, and we don't try to confuse those. We try to educate about that. But under that pillar that's run by Ms. Anna Hayes back there, we focus on quality of life a lot in the last year on housing, and infrastructure. We still do our Cracker Barrels. That's an old holdout from the chamber. We had a scorecard, which recently, if you've been reading the newspapers, folks are using our scorecard as a political football. I guess we kind of sort of expected that. We stay neutral on that. If politicians want to use our scorecard, fine, but we're not endorsing any specific politician. We just score the bills. And then finally, we do events and training under that as well. And then the last pillar, it was one that we provide $200,000 a year to our SEDITA and the Military Affairs Coalition. The base obviously is expanding. It's going to be providing 1,600 jobs, potentially $2 billion investment in the next 10 to 15 years. We want to make sure that the airmen and women that are coming here to Rapid City feel like they're connected to this community, whether it's through a pig roast or a movie night or just feeling like they can find a house or rent an apartment. We want to make sure that they feel connected. And we also feel that way about our veterans, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but that's why we put money into that pillar. The growth in Rapid City has been pretty significant in the last 5 years. And you've probably seen this in the paper. Rapid City is the 36th fastest growing city in the nation right now. We are the fastest growing city in the Midwest, faster than Sioux Falls, faster than Kansas City, faster than Omaha, faster than Fargo, faster than everybody. And so that comes with some challenges. Don't have to tell you about the infrastructure and housing challenges, but we are growing exceedingly quick at this moment. We estimate there's about 8 to 10 people moving to the Black Hills a day at this point, today, every day. We've also been rated as the #1 market by the Wall Street Journal for Emerging Housing Index, and then recently the 48th best place to start a career by WallHub. So we're starting finally to overtake Sioux Falls in the rankings, overtake Sioux Falls in getting press. I would say one of the reasons Elevate was started in 2017, when it was just formulated in the heads of the leaders here, was we were getting our butts kicked by Sioux Falls over and over and over and over again. I think that's been reversed. We've actually seen people moving from Sioux Falls for the first time to Rapid City. So if you go look at the migration data, the in and out migration, it used to be folks would move from Rapid City to Sioux Falls every single year, and we'd lose about 150 people net. That's actually reversed now in the last 2 years. People are moving to Rapid City from Sioux Falls. So we like to rub that into their face, and we put it on social media all the time, and we try to tease them. They get a little bit upset, but we're still good buddies. This hasn't been really the challenge. I'll talk about the challenges, but in the last 5 years, this hasn't been the challenge. The challenge that the board of directors set before I even came here was to create 4,000 jobs, increase incomes by 15%, increase annual consumer spending by 125, and then reach $300 million in CapEx. Those goals were obliterated and then some in about 3.5 years. That hasn't been really that hard to hit. And I'd say that's all of us. This is not Elevate. Elevate doesn't actually create these jobs, nor do we claim to. This is all of us collectively as a community and ecosystem, you, the city, Elevate, the business community, the private and public sector, creating the ecosystem so these jobs could be created. So these goals have been hit. The challenges have been infrastructure. The challenges continue to be how do we allow those who have not traditionally been a part of our prosperity to be a part of this prosperity in the future. If you plug this stuff into our model, this is what you get. And so this is just a model through our economic impact software. Our next 5 years, what have we done? So if you look at the last 4 years, quick snapshot, you'll see those goals. They decided to amp up the volume and give us a little more of a challenge in the next 5 years. And given that we're probably going to enter a recession, we are going to definitely take this challenge on and really work hard at it. Last time it was 4,000 jobs. This time it's 5. Last time it was 15% increase in weekly wages. We originally had set it at 25, but the board said, hey, you better dial that down because we just don't think that's humanly possible. So we said, okay, if that's what you want, we'll leave it at 15. 125 million in gross sales last time, we dialed that up to 250. And then 300 million in CapEx annually, we dialed that up to 400. We did add one more goal, and this is why it matters. I talked to you about the unemployment rate. It's 2.2%. We think today. Our labor force participation rate, however, is significantly lower than Sioux Falls, and it's a little bit lower than the national average. And we know why. We've gotten data and survey data that tells us why. And it's a couple reasons. One, fertility rates across the country are going down. So women are having less children. So that's so that's having an effect on the workforce. So we're seeing less folks coming to the workforce because people are having less kids. We're also seeing immigration policies change in the United States, so that's resulting in less immigrants coming here and taking jobs. So that's lowering our labor force participation rate. So when people say, hey, I can't find workers, there's a demographic reason why that's happening, and that's a bit out of our public policy control. You're seeing this happen in China even more pronounced right now with their one-child policy. It's affecting their workforce in such a way that it's going to really hurt their GDP in the next 20 years. We're not nearly in that place, but labor fertility rates continue to fall, and immigration continues to fall. So we're seeing less folks in the labor force. There's two other things that affect Rapid City in a more significant way than you see other places as well, and that is we have more folks who are between the ages of 50 and 65 moving to the area who are choosing not to participate in our labor force. They may be retired Air Force, and that might be 52 years old. I ran into a guy yesterday who's 52. He's retired from the Air Force. He could work, but he's choosing right now not to participate in our labor force. So they're not in the workforce. So we've got to figure out at Elevate a way, Mr. Chairman, to try to encourage vets to get back in that workforce and show how much we care about that workforce and really target the vets. And we haven't done as good a job as we should, frankly, in that area. And so we're going to target that in the next 5 years. The second piece is one that we can also affect, and that is we know that our population is somewhere, depending on which statistics you read, is somewhere between 12 and 20% Native American. But we know in our high demand occupations like nursing, plumbing, carpentry, et cetera, that workforce represented by Native Americans is 2 to 3%. So what's happening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, is they're being born into our workforce, but they're not finding their way in those high demand occupations. Even if we used a margin of error, you would expect at least 8 to 15% of our nurses to be Native American, and they're just not. So we're trying to target in the next 5 years a lot of our workforce efforts into trying to get more Native Americans into the workforce and get them to choose being a part of our ecosystem. Those workers are here. They are absolutely here to fill those jobs, but we've got to make an effort to try to get them into the workforce because right now they're choosing not to be. And so you combine all those four factors alone, lower participation rates with lower fertility rates, a drop in immigration policy, the seniors or those that are between the 50 and 65 not participating, and some of that's related to COVID, not getting back into the workforce, and then our Native American population choosing not to be in the workforce. You have this lowering effect of the labor force participation rate. There's one final factor that this is affecting us nationally is, and we saw this, we had the Federal Reserve in here 3 weeks ago. We did a critical issues luncheon. I think I might have seen some of you at that. They did a survey of the labor force across the Midwest, and they said, hey, why aren't you coming back into the workforce? And the second and third biggest reason were I can't find childcare and I can't afford childcare. So we're seeing mostly women making a choice right now between being in the workforce or paying for childcare or staying at home with their kids. And they're choosing to stay home with their kids right now. And so that's hurting that labor force participation rate as well. We'll talk about what Elevate's doing in a moment. But that's some of the reasons that why we're targeting this as a goal. I know I spent a lot of time on that goal, but I wanted you to know why we're putting that in there. Elevate absolutely has to move that labor force participation rate up if businesses are going to find workers, and we know that. If we plug this stuff into our little model, this is what we get. Won't spend a lot of time on here because it's mostly just multipliers and multiplier effect, indirect, induced benefits. What I'll tell you is about our budget. We are in the middle of fundraising for 23 through 27. We've already received $3 million of vision funds. We're raising on that 5-year column our Elevate Campaign 2 goal. Our tiered investors, we already have that on an annual basis. These would be our old chamber dues. So the rows 2 and 3 are tiered investors and our vision funds. That funding has also already been secured. We're out raising money right now from the private sector. Of that $6 million, I would say we are not too far away from that number now. I've been doing it for about 60 days. I think we're at about 4.9. We expect to hit that $6 million mark in the next 60 days, Mr. Chairman. So we think we're going to hit those numbers, and we think that budget will be solidified. I'd point you to one thing on the uses of funds below the sources of funds. If you look at that workforce development and talent attraction pillar, notice it's $500,000. That's because we're tripling our workforce development budget. That's why I spent so much time in the previous slide talking about labor force participation rates, because we're going to take our money and devote it to that workforce development side of the equation. Real quick, when I got here, they said, if there's one thing you need to do, Tom, it is make this a performance-based organization with metrics. And so that's what we've done. That's why we have those goals. Each of our pillars also has goals that wrap up into those larger 5-year goals. So Matt's job in the economic development pillar, these are his goals. Don't need to spend a lot of time, but you can see they're all about companies and jobs and prospects and site visits, bringing new companies in, but also existing business visits. Larissa Hespin, who's not here today, she's our BRE, Business Retention and Expansion Manager. She visits with 125 to 150 local companies every single year, helps them with all the things you see there, and make sure they have the resources they can, that they need to expand. If you're interested, what industries do we target? Those are the ones that we've chosen. We tend to take advantage of social network analysis, however, to find our prospects. In other words, does somebody have a tie in South Dakota, and can we get them to come back? Every time I've been successful in my career, someone has grown up in a place or gone to school in a place or vacation to a place, so they know what it's like and they're more likely to come back. And we're seeing that right now when we look at Silicon Valley, for instance. There are 16 CEOs right now in Silicon Valley that went to school at South Dakota School of Mines. We've had conversations with all of them. Some of them fit into those target industries, some of them don't, but they're all interested in coming back or doing something in South Dakota. So we have these kind of conversations with them. Innovation entrepreneurship, we're about to finish up the David Luss Accelerator building. We expect in the next 5 years to graduate 4 companies out of that accelerator. We expect by March of next year to be 85% occupied. We expect by the end of this year to be 50%, so by March, 85%. We expect that to result in 50 new jobs, $3 million in funding in terms of equity and angel investment. And then we're going to vet through some tech startups, and we're going to develop relationships with venture capital in the area, in Minneapolis and Denver, so that companies that are expanding and need that next level of capital they have it. And then finally, we're launching a mentor network so that those that are starting new businesses, if we can pair them with somebody who's already been there, that's better than us trying to advise them. We get out of the way, let those folks talk, and then the mentors help them grow their company. I would say the other thing that we're launching, down at the bottom, we're launching a $10,000 grant program for technology startups to help them with R&D, intellectual property development, and technical assistance. And then we just launched yesterday, I think it might have come out in the paper today, or it might come out in the paper tomorrow, a Builders and Backers program where we're trying to vet about 50 entrepreneurs through a program that can provide $5,000 grants to help them vet their idea. They don't need a business plan. They just need a good idea, and we're going to help them vet that. So we're trying to affect the spectrum, Mr. Chairman, along that entire spectrum of entrepreneurs, those that need Series B, Series A, friends, family, and what we call first-year loan officers funding, and then also angel investing. So we try to affect the entrepreneurship spectrum all along there. We're spending a significant amount of time, as I said, on workforce development, talent attraction. These are some of the goals of that pillar. If you notice number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, those are some goals that the board was a little bit leery of putting in, but we wanted to put them in anyway. We know, again, if your population of Native Americans is 12 to 20%, you should focus some of your energies there. We plan on trying to increase wages for Native Americans in the area by 15%. And then that goal of decreasing poverty, that's probably not attainable, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have it as a goal. So even if we hit 2 or 3%, as they say, if you can shoot for the moon, you'll clear the fence. And so we want to have a tough goal in this pillar to really focus our energies on getting folks into the workforce so that we can decrease that poverty rate. We also have $150,000, as I mentioned, we spend right now in skill-based learning, apprenticeships, supporting the Build Dakota Scholarship, Skill Bridge. We try to connect apprenticeship opportunities, experiential learning opportunities to veterans, to minorities, to our youth, and to those with disabilities as well. Because again, we're trying to find workers wherever we can get them. If you have a 2.2 unemployment rate, you need to find anybody you can. And so you traditionally in economic development don't look to these areas, but we have to in Rapid City because we have probably one of the lowest 20 unemployment rates in the entire country right now. We just finished our healthcare recruitment campaign with Monument Health, with Rapid City Medical and Black Hills Surgical to try to target areas like Minneapolis, St. Louis, Denver, the coast, for people that have gone to school in South Dakota that are working in the healthcare profession elsewhere to get them to come back. I would say that we were somewhat successful at that, not as successful as we'd like. We primarily use social media platforms to target healthcare workers to get them to come back, but we have been successful in getting nurses and others to come back to the area. So we have made a little bit of a dent there, not as much as we'd like, but again, we'll keep pushing the needle there. We continue to support pathways. We continue to support our leadership programs, so we train the next generation of leaders. I mentioned healthcare. We're about to launch a childcare program. We think the program could open up as much as 300 to 400 new slots for childcare for children in the childcare sector. The problem we have in the childcare sector right now is wages. The average childcare worker makes about $12.50 an hour. They can go to Hardee's right now and make 15, or McDonald's and make 14, or Target and make 16. And so their incentives for staying in the childcare sector are really not there from a wage perspective. So moving the needle in childcare is a little more difficult than you might imagine. But again, we're going to try this. As I mentioned, we were in Indianapolis last week looking for ideas, and we actually had a lot of communities, Memphis, Indianapolis, others looking to us and saying, hey, we think we want to copy what you're trying to do. So we're actually leading the country right now. Most chambers of commerce, most economic development groups in the child care sector, they're mostly doing education and awareness. They're mostly basically sounding an alarm. We need childcare. We need childcare. We're doing that, but we're also trying to put our money where our mouth is. This is a pilot program. We're not sure if it's going to work. We just don't know. But we've got to do something to try to help this workforce right now. And then finally, I'd be remiss, we have a young professionals group that we support as well as we try to get more young professionals into leadership roles. We have a pillar in business advocacy and quality growth, as I alluded to earlier. I don't need to spend too much time on that, but that's all about public policy. We spend a significant amount of time really looking at the housing problem right now. And so we had a goal of trying to get 2,000 housing units into the market by 27. We think that's attainable, and having a median list price lower than the national average. That's why the Wall Street Journal actually ranked us so high for housing markets. We have seen our houses go up. When I got here in October of 2019, the average median list price was about 234. When I checked 2 weeks ago, it was about 370, and so it's gone up significantly. However, it's gone up even more in other places like Denver, and so that's why we're still a place folks are looking to go. But still, 375 is not acceptable. We're trying to lower that number. And so we continue to do our advocacy events and mostly focus a lot of time on infrastructure and housing. As I said, one of the things we did, we saw we had a housing crisis, was hire a housing coordinator. So if you do have any questions about housing, we do have Laura Jones in the room, and she can tell you the numbers. We just finished our draft of our housing study for the area as well, so we know what the housing market's going to look like, we think, in the next 5 years. By the way, when you do a study like this, you really don't know what's going to happen. You can't predict the market, so we did our best, but we're trying to figure out what that housing need is going to look like as we see what the base is doing. We're also working, and Mr. Chairman, you know this, we're working with the groups in the region to try to do more regional planning. We know that this area, whether we like it or not, we know this area is going to grow somewhere between 25,000 and 40,000 in the next 10 years. So that takes stakeholders, Rapid City, Meade, Pennington, Box Elder, Sedita, Elevate, coming together and trying to come up with a regional plan that envisions where traffic and infrastructure needs to go. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see hodgepodge growth. We're going to continue to see disagreements between our rural neighbors as our population continues to grow and as our commercial sector continues to grow. If we have a good regional plan, we think that can be minimized, Mr. Chairman, and so we're putting efforts into that. We still are doing our annual lobbying. We recently successfully lobbied for $5.2 million for our innovation center, and then $200 million, which is being kind of used as a political football right now for housing to get out into the state. We expect at the end of the day of that $200 million, somewhere in the range of 10 to 20 million coming into the Rapid City area to help with housing. We continue to do our legislative scorecard. I mentioned that earlier. And then we have a critical issues luncheon series. Our next one, by the way, is this Thursday. We've held critical issues luncheons on crime. We've held critical issues luncheon on infrastructure, childcare, economic development, housing. This next one will be an effort to tell the public, okay, we've heard what everybody has said during those critical issues. Here's what Elevate's going to be doing about it. And it's not going to be easy. We don't want it to be a softball luncheon. We want hard questions, so we're hoping to get a good attendance there. Our last two pillars, small business, talked about what we do there with our downtown facade loans. Don't need to spend too much time here. What I would say is one of the surprises in the small business side is during COVID, we started a little Facebook page called the Rapid City to Go page. And it was mostly because we didn't know what was going to happen during COVID. Everybody was kind of shutting down. We didn't know what was going to happen. Was the governor going to shut us down? Was the city going to shut down? We didn't know. So we started a page for businesses to tell the general public, hey, we're open. Hey, we do curbside pickup. Hey, we can curbside retail even. That started with 0 followers, and now today it still has 15,000 followers. And we thought that would go away in a post-COVID world. It's not. It continues to be a place that our small business community uses to get 15,000 eyes on the stuff that they're doing. So if you've got a new menu coming out this week, you might see that posted on there. So we're seeing that used by the small business community. And we're not doing what the chamber would have done in the past by saying, hey, only investors can use that page. No, we understand if your mission is to elevate the region for everyone, that's open to any small business. And so we were surprised by that success, but we're going to go ahead and claim credit for it and take it anyway, Mr. Chairman. Finally, a last pillar, and then I'm having any questions, stand for any questions if you have them. We know how important the military is, not just our veterans, but those airmen and women who are here, who are going to be coming here, and our National Guard. We have a huge presence with the National Guard. We know how important they are to our community. We know how important their service to this country is. If you read the news today, you know how important their service is to us. We want to make sure that Rapid City is absolutely the place that they enjoy coming to, enjoy being in, and feel connected to, so that when they turn 50 and they retire, they want to come back to this region. So we do everything we can to make sure that the military affairs pillar and that those veterans and those that are in active service love and care about Rapid City the way that we do. And to the point, we put $200,000 into Sedita. We also formed the Black Hills Military Affairs Coalition, which includes Elevate Rapid City, Sedita, City of Rapid City, City of Box Elder, National Guard, and Ellsworth Development Authority. Mr. Chairman, you might see that Pennington County's not on there. That might be an oversight, and if you guys are interested in being on that, I will open the door for you as well. But we want, again, to make sure that our military communities are supported in any way we can. We also hosted a military defense symposium last year. We didn't have as many attendees as we wanted. I think that was primarily due to COVID, but that was where we brought the government sector, the nonprofit sector, and the military sector together to talk about ways to improve this community and improve our defense economy for the military. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I know I've been a little bit long. Happy to stand for any questions. I noticed that Ms. Hadcock is wearing white today, and I'm wearing black. Usually that is reversed in my mind, but I'll still stand for any questions you have. Thank you.
So Tom, thank you. This is very good information. A couple questions for you. Of the 8 to 10 people that are moving to the area daily that you talked about, how many of those are, percentage-wise, are retirees that are coming in? And then my second question is relative to facilities that are being built right now for new business. And I'll use the battery place as the example. Are those employees already here, or are those employees that still need to be coming into our area?
Mr. Chairman, I'll start with your first question first because it's easier, frankly. The data that we're seeing, again, some of it's anecdotal and some of it's through surveys. We think about 65% of the folks that are moving here right now are over the age of 65. So 65% of those moving here are 65 or older. That is a trend that we've seen in Rapid City in this region for a couple decades. We are a place with no taxes, and we like to feature that when we recruit companies because we care about free markets and low taxes. But that also attracts those folks who are actually retiring so they don't have to pay income tax here as well. The good news is, 65% is a good chunk. But that means 35% are not 65, and so that represents an opportunity for the workforce. But frankly, in the old days, we used to think that was a bad thing. I am no longer of that opinion, Mr. Chairman. We see our seniors as an asset, whether they want to serve on commissions or show up to county commissioner meetings and talk about the minutes. We see our senior citizens as a valuable asset. They're mentors. They're folks that can serve on boards. They can also be in the workforce part-time. And we need to start treating them like the asset that they are. And so that's how we're going to approach that. Again, most economic development organizations would say, hey, that's a bad thing. We need more young people here. We need to protect the young people leaving. But again, we've got to work with what we've got. And we know a lot of those folks that are moving to the area have a lot of experience, and we need to tap into that. So that's the first answer to your first question. Actually, that's the only answer to your first question, Mr. Chairman. The second question, a little bit harder. Do we have the workforce to support things like the battery facility that was announced or the slaughter facility that you've been reading about in the news? The answer is we're not as sure about that. Again, we know right now with a 2.2 unemployment rate, everybody that needs work or wants work can find it. We also know, however, that we have a significantly reduced labor force participation rate, specifically in our Native American community. We absolutely believe there are 3,000 to 6,000 workers right now that are choosing not to be in our labor force. So we believe, Mr. Chairman, they're sitting here. Can we get them into the labor force to fill those jobs? That's the real question, because right now they're choosing not to be in that labor force for whatever reason, whether it's poverty, whether it's they don't feel connected, whether they feel like they don't have the skills, whatever the reason is, we believe those workers are here. There's an old rule of thumb in the site selection profession that for every one new job you're trying to create above the prevailing wage, you need about 100 people in your population. So that's kind of the rule of thumb. In a normal environment, that means that Rapid City, if you think of our trade area as 150,000 people, we could support this size of an investment, but right now, I think it's questionable. I think the battery facility will probably reach capacity at some point once they reach 400 to 500. That's my personal opinion. because we're going to need to educate and train more people. So it's a staged effect. Can they get 2,500 people? Yes, but we think it's going to take probably 10 years to 12 years to do that. Can they get 400 to 500 in the next 3 or 5 years? We believe that they can. With respect to the slaughter facility, it's probably not wise for me to really comment on that one because that's still sort of theoretical right now in terms of the business plan and the infrastructure and the permitting with USDA, et cetera, that, it's sort of hypothetical. But again, it's the same conversation you have within your mind about the workforce. The facts are just the facts. We're struggling to get workers right now. We know they're sitting on the sidelines, and the question, Mr. Chairman, is how do we get them back into the workforce?
Good questions of Tom.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
So have you heard anything else about the meat packing plant and what's going on with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hadcock. We continue to ask for a business plan and for progress with respect to the capital raise. We continue to be told that the project is still in the exploratory phase, and that stuff will be coming at some point. We haven't received it yet. It doesn't mean we won't, but we continue to reach out to groups to try to understand that industry better. We've had conversations, Matt and myself, with some of the industry players. We've had conversations with numerous growers. We've had conversations with planners. We've had conversations with other meat slaughter facilities to try to understand what those needs are going to be. We still have concerns to make sure we address water, labor, which we just talked about, infrastructure, supply chains. We still think there's challenges there. There was a study done in the 70s by somebody who's, you all know, Haven Stuck. He actually did the study when he was at University of South Dakota. Yep. And at the time, he thought that this area could support a facility like this of about 1,000 head. We think that 8,000 head a day, which we're being told is a conservative estimate by the company. We think that even if that study is a little bit dated, that's probably not where you would begin your number. We do think that there is room in the economy for a 1,000 head facility that can be supported by both our labor and by the capital requirements and the infrastructure in the area. 8,000, we're not so sure about, Mr. Chairman, but we're going to continue to try to, in our best efforts, to work as that project emerges.
And I appreciate that, Tom, because I did go to they did have a open meeting at the Journey, and there was a lot of concern from citizens and just ranchers that were there. And I think they have the same concerns on the water and some of the same concerns as what you're talking about, Tom.
Yeah, we support agriculture and we work with ag businesses a lot.
No,
all of our programs are available for ag businesses as well.
And I appreciate that because you guys do your homework, and you guys have a great team at Elevate, and truly you do your homework. I have not reached out to the lady. I think her name's Melissa.
Her name is Megan Kingsbury.
Megan, not Melissa. I knew it started with that. I haven't reached out to her yet. I had met her once. One of these days I will meet with her. But like I said, some of it's just rumor and not fact right now. So when that becomes fact and they're more into moving a little bit more further, I too will meet with her. The other thing is we heard a rumor that also the jail was going to move across the street or into we were looking at the building the bank across the street. That is not going to happen. We are going to improve our jail and maybe a bond for our jail because we need some infrastructure in our jail, but it is not going across the street. We are not expanding our jail to move into the bank across the street. So I know that to be a fact, and the commissioners know that to be a fact. So just so we squash that rumor right now. I know people were concerned about that because we are improving the downtown and Elevate is moving into different areas. So the jail is not going into the bank across the street and expanding there.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I don't have too many comments on that stuff. That law enforcement's not really my bag, so I don't have too much knowledge about the infrastructure. But I would say that I know Elevate is working with the city and you all to do an innovation corridor between School of Mines, our current incubator, and then Fifth and St. Joe's, that kind of an innovation corridor. So anything that can help improve that, we're obviously,
Right.
we're for that. Thank you.
But yes, sir, just to make sure you guys know that, and in Elevate's case, that is not going to happen, because that was one of your Elevate people that had called me.
Oh, okay.
Just big concern of you guys, so just squash that rumor, so everybody, that is public, that we are not doing that.
I would say we have about 50 board members, by the way, of which the county is an ex officio. I know Mr. Roskinek sits on our board as an ex officio, and then I think Deb, you're his
sir.
replacement potentially. So you guys are ex officios on our board. We have about 50 board members. I try to wrangle them and tell them what to do, but they don't always take orders from me, so I don't
Mr.
know.
Chair.
I can't always control them.
So, if I could just, one more. Yes, and I appreciate you guys working with our Native American community, our vets. We have a vet that we're working with. The Durr Foundation is going to go, and I work with the Durr Foundation and have for years on PTSD vets. A very, very awesome foundation. We're going to go out and help a vet that his name is Nate out in Scenic. He has some campground and some stuff that he is helping with. Anyway, appreciate anything you could do for our veterans and our Native American community. We do have some really good businesses and things that you guys have helped with. So really appreciate everything you guys have done for small business owners and our veterans and our Native American community. So thank you for everything you guys have done.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Say, Tom, tourism is our second largest revenue generator in the state of South Dakota, and the Chamber of Commerce is a component of Elevate, but I didn't see a lot of information relative to the Chamber of Commerce in this presentation.
Mr. Roskinek, I'm not sure if that's a question, but I will make a comment. The Chamber of Commerce, we provide every service the Chamber of Commerce did before. Elevate Rapid City is the new merged organization. If you look at our logo, it says Elevate Rapid City, and then right underneath it says Chamber Development and Innovation. So we provide all the services of the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber's, it's mentioned not as necessarily a chamber labeled program, but if you saw those slides, where you saw the work of the Chamber was in the pillar that Anna Hayes runs on the advocacy side. The Chamber was big in advocating and peer for bills regarding the legislature around military affairs. So the Chamber did a lot of stuff with their public policy committee and advocacy. So that's all still there. It's just not labeled as a Chamber program. Also, our mixers are a holdout. We do mixers every single month, just like the Chamber did. We also do events, an annual meeting, just like the Chamber did. So those are still there. Finally, we did rebrand the Rapid City Leadership Program into the Elevate Leadership Institute. We surveyed every graduate of the Rapid City Leadership Program. I think there was 300 over the last 10 years. And we asked them, hey, what did you like? What did you want to see changed? And so we rebranded that program with an emphasis on what they told us they wanted, also the employers that were sending graduates to that program wanted, which was more specific training around managing and leading. So we rebranded that. So that program, it's really an overflow from the old Chamber. So everything the Chamber did, whether it's relocation packets, I guess we did eliminate the gold card program, but we're reconstituting that with an electronic app at this point. That's more of a 1990s, 2000s kind of thing. These gold cards are the physical cards that you get discounts with. But we're going to move that into an app. And so everything in Chamber did, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Roskinek, we still do all of that. We just don't call it the Chamber pillar. We tend to label it as small business, innovation, advocacy, and quality growth. So it's all in there, just not labeled that way.
The other question would be the 4 companies that are graduating from the Incubator. Can you just give us a quick overview of what those companies are?
That's our goals for the next 5 years, to graduate 4 companies. So I don't know who they're going to be in the next 5 years, but I can tell you that we've graduated B9 Creations, VRC Metals, Property Meld are just some of the ones that we graduated. Omnitech, which is also graduating out of there, they're also providing a big presence. So those are 4 that I can think of in the last 3 to 4 years, 4 companies. And I've had to guess right now, those jobs went from basically one-man operations to those 4 companies combined right now. Phase Technologies is another one. I was talking to Phase Technologies the other day, and they're going to do a significant expansion as well. So we're probably talking 500 to 600 jobs of just using the incubator to expand companies that start as a kernel, and then like a big popcorn maker, boom, they explode. So we're seeing a significant amount of entrepreneurship in in Rapid City. And this is one disagreement I have with the Governor's Office of Economic Development. They tend to want to see a strategy from us that's really, really big on recruiting. They would like us to go acquire a business park, sit on that land, use as an incentive to get companies from the outside. We know that we have a world-class asset in the School of Mines with the graduates that are coming out of there. And so entrepreneurship's got to be a big strategy, taking that intellectual property and transforming it into companies. And so that's where we want to spend a good chunk of our time, and we continue to do that.
So in the last year, Gary and I toured a company out there off of Highway 44. B&T, they make the modules for the restrooms.
I'm going to turn to Matt to see if Matt's got, yeah, Matt's nodding his head, yeah. I might have to bring Matt up.
I just seen the paper, they're looking for 40 to 50 employees, good benefits. And, it's a struggle to see these, we went out there and they really make a good product, and it's good to have that demand, but not to be able to, and I don't know if they're going to get those 40 or 50 employees. I just wonder if that was a particular company.
And we see the same thing with GenPro. Again, right now, if you want a job, you can find it. Our unemployment rate's 2.2%. The challenge we have is I can recruit, especially on the tech side, nurses, manager level. We can recruit those into Rapid City by using some of the techniques and strategies that we have in the big data. Where you find the biggest challenge, and we're going to continue to find the biggest challenge in Rapid City, which is why we're advocating trying to use a combination of part-time and senior workforce and our Native American brothers and sisters getting into the workforce, is because it's hard to recruit us even up to that $25, $26 an hour, even $30. It's hard to get somebody to come from Bismarck or Fort Collins or Billings to come and move their family to Rapid City. That's because it's 5 hours away, or even Sioux Falls. And so for those entry-level side jobs, even if they're good benefited jobs, they're still not at that $80,000, $90,000, anywhere between let's say $35,000 and $50,000, $55,000. We're going to struggle to recruit those people here. So we've got to find them internally. The good news is they're here. They're just not choosing to be in the labor force. Again, this is why you see the the number of nurses who are Native American, 2.3%. 12% of our population, 2.3%. So we've got to do a better job, we, collectively, all of us, of getting that workforce who are born here into those jobs, because they're just not choosing those occupations. And we think we can do that. We can move the needle, but it's a long-term road to travel.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Well, first of all, the reason why the Incubator is called the David Luss Center is he was instrumental in combining these services to elevate and get this put together. I remember attending the Black Hills Energy get together when this was all started and listening to the 5-year goals that you guys have set. And I thought it was, they were pretty big goals, but you guys have done a good job. That's just one thing I wanted to mention on that. The combining of the economic development and the chamber, I think, was a good move, and I think it's instrumental. The other thing I wanted to touch on a little bit was the workforce, that, as you talked about. You've been very active in the community as getting the Native American community, getting to know the culture and so forth. And Tom, I really appreciate that. I think we do have Bev Warren, who's going to be in the South Dakota Hall of Fame, who's done outstanding work recruiting the population into nursing and so forth. And so we look at how do we get that population in. I think one of the workshops that I'd attended was the problem that we're having is transportation from the reservations to here. That was one of the problems we identified, and probably it would bring housing, because we do have Ogalla Lakota College here, and getting them into VOTEC and getting that started. So that's just one of the things I wanted to mention is I think you're doing a good job in outreach, because I think in order to get to that point that you're talking about, we got to get into working relationships with the tribes as far as partnerships and apprenticeships. And I think that could happen. You guys have, when we had some problems in the community earlier, you invited all the tribal leaders down and had the conversation. in the Elevate Center. I mean, that's a step forward and outstanding. Now we can take that one step further and start making more connections and have more discussions on what we both need. I think we can get there. But I really appreciate the outreach that you guys are doing and putting that goal on there. And I've seen you a lot, Tom, lately at a lot of these workshops that we've been doing, so I appreciate that, I'm sure our HR guy really appreciates you explaining the 55 and older work group to me, because me and him were going back and forth about the unemployment rate is where it's at, and I'm saying it's the unemployable, and he says there's still more out there that aren't working. I'm going, how can you afford not to work? So, you know, I'm getting to learn a little bit more about the retirees, what age groups a lot of them are. So you're right, as far as trying to, employers are going to have to start getting a little more creative by doing part-time work, temporary, to get some of these people that want to come in. So that's my, I didn't have no questions, so mine
Chairman,
was
just-
more a question.
Just real quick, Mr. Chairman, on the transportation issue, we are exploring right now what LA can do, working with the tribes and working with the government bodies on the transportation to and from the reservation. So we're exploring some of those options, whether it be a bus or a third-party private sector company, because we know we like free markets to solve some of those problems. Exploring that right now. Just on the Native American things, it's just funny when I read in the news and what people see when they look at Elevate. People on the far left want to put Elevate into a place like, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that for diversity and inclusion. And the folks on the far right, when they see the word diversity and inclusion, they somehow say, Elevate's woke or something. We don't play those games. 20% of our workforce, 12 to 20% of our workforce is Native American. We have a moral responsibility to our workforce and our economy to get those folks into that. So even if you don't take a moral stand on whether or not you think there needs to be more diversity in our workforce, from an economics perspective, we absolutely care. As Mr. Roskinek noted, if you can't find workers and you have Native American workers sitting on the sidelines for whatever reason, an organization like Elevate at Rapid City has a moral obligation to try to get those workers into the workforce. So we don't see it as a left-right thing, Mr. Chairman. We see it as a workforce economic thing, and we're going to continue to push that agenda to try to get more workers into our workforce.
One last question. I do have
ahead.
one question.
Good.
Tom, 10, 15, well, I'd say 15, 20 years ago, I used to get a lot of questions that people said companies were coming into town and they were meeting with economic development and saying that their wages had to be set at a certain one to get help from economic development back then. And I've always told people, after being a part of the board way back when, that it's supply and demand. And I think that's more insightful now than ever before, is wages are set by supply and demand. But have you ever told a company what they were supposed to pay?
Mr. Chairman, we get this question a lot. When I was in Wyoming working for the governor, we would tell companies, if you're going to use this training program, you have to pay X dollars per hour. Elevate Rapid City has not dictated specifically to companies, you must pay this. But I know Matt and I have had direct conversations with companies that are looking at the area, and they'll come in and they'll say, we think we should pay $14.38. So we'll run it through our model. We have databases that react to the markets right now. We can tell you exactly what the prevailing wage is. So we know right now, if you want to hold on to your employees in an entry-level job right now in Rapid City, you probably need to pay $17 an hour for them not to look. We've got that data right now. We can go look at the jobs that are available right now and the wages in the market today, not a year previously, but right now, to tell you that data. So when we get companies coming to the market and saying, we want to pay this, we want to pay that, what we try to do with them, Mr. LaCroix, is we say, hey, okay, we understand that that's a free market and that's what you want to do, but we're going to show you the free market data that may make that more challenging for you to find employees. So we think, here's the data, the prevailing wage, let's say it's $16.68. You want to pay $14.38, you can expect to get 12 workers at that. Our system actually shows the company how many workers they can get at whatever wage they want. And frankly, any company that wants to come to Elevate Rapid City to get that data, we can do that. So if you're watching this today on live stream and you want to know you're paying your folks the prevailing wage for your industry, you can just come down to the office and talk to Matt, and we can run you through that. And we don't care who you are, because again, we're elevating the region for everybody. But we tend to take that approach. We try to use our data to show the company's markets so that they can see the number of employees that they can actually get out of that labor shed. And generally what happens is they say, okay, we didn't know that, or we had some assumptions based on 6 months ago, but we're going to go ahead and move our wages up because the data is actually showing us that. We tend to try to not, I would say, use any of the incentives we have, whether they're loans or their opportunity capture fund, to lower the prevailing wage, because what happens there is you're just putting more people on the welfare rolls, right? So let's say the prevailing wage is $15 an hour, and Matt were to bring a company that pays 12. Not something we're going to try to do, right? Because we're actually now lowering the net prevailing wage, probably encouraging folks to use more social services, more government bureaucracy, which is not what we're here to do. And so therefore, we wouldn't probably use incentives. We would probably have a conversation with the company and saying, hey, we're not going to stop you from coming in the market, because we're not about impeding private markets, but we're certainly not going to use our incentive tools to encourage you to pay $12 an hour. So we tend to handle it with data.
Thanks for explaining.
Tom, appreciate you coming.
Chairman, I have one more question.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So when you do markets and you do wages,
Yeah.
do you do wages plus benefits to make market?
Yeah,
So
sorry, what was your finish
why I
question?
ask you that is because how do you set government
Yeah.
wages for markets? So we keep saying in government, we have to keep up with the markets. Do we base government on the market wage by $17 an hour plus benefits? Or do we do the market by what? I get confused sometimes because I keep getting told that we have to keep up with the wages. But is that wages plus benefits, or is that wages with benefits?
Mr. Chairman, when I used to work in the government sector, of course, I always tried to use those numbers to our advantage to tell our bosses and the governor, hey, we need to be paid more because look how they make in the private sector.
But
the story-
be straight up with me.
So the real story is this: the data that we tend to get will pull in the average weekly wage that's being advertised in the market. The historical data will tend to include the benefits, but the market, so we could do right now, we could say, show us every job in Rapid City or the Black Hills or Meade County or the whole state of South Dakota and what those average wages are. So those are what's advertised. Typically, that's not going to include the benefits. What you typically do when you're doing, this is for any company, if you're if you see an hourly wage that somebody's advertising and then the benefits are on top of that, the numbers and the rule of thumb is to take 20 to 30% for your benefits. So let's just use easy math, because my first degree was in English, my second was degrees in finance, but I still can't do math very well. So if we use $10 an hour, your benefits on a $10 an hour job, if they were full benefits, would be somewhere between 25 and 30%. So you'd add another $2.5 to $3 per hour to get that benefited number. That's what you would do if you're competing with the data that's existing in terms of job postings right now. The historical data, however, that we would pull would include often the benefited number. So we can help you get through that if you just want to give us a call, if you're looking. We had the city come to us with the same issue, and they actually also included, what's inflation looking like. So we had to include some of the adjusted, inflated purchasing power of the dollar right now over the last year, which is about 8.2%, according to the government. Sorry, more like 15 if you include housing. But another topic for another day. Point is that, Mr. Chairman, we can get at those numbers. It depends if you're looking at job postings. They tend to do the raw average. You add 20 to 30% to that if you want to know what the benefits are going to be. But the historical data, you can just go do a one-to-one comparison.
So it's always whatever the amount of what you're posting plus 20
Yeah,
to
you just take a multiple. 1.25 to 1.30 would be a safe, conservative benefit number. In the government sector, sometimes those benefits can, when I was working at Colorado State University, those benefits were like 40%, but another topic for another day, how big bureaucracies are. But yeah, 1.25 to 1.30 times your hourly rate will give you your benefited number.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. Laura Jones, I don't think we have time today, but I'm looking forward to the information relative to the housing study. Thank you for doing that, and look forward to tomorrow. Thank you much. Next item that we have on the agenda is Derek Alexander, relative to speed limit. Morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, if I do something not in order here, and Commissioner, you guys correct me a little bit. It's been a while
Okay.
since I've been up here.
Just give us your name and
I'm Derek Alexander, and I'm here to represent people here on East Lake Road, Gillette Prairie Road. We are looking to ask you to reduce the speed limit from 50 miles an hour down to 35. I sent a letter in along with a bunch of letters from the other residents up there. And then my last letter I sent to Ron, he's represents us up there. And I kind of just put down a few thoughts. I didn't even hardly critique it, but it made sense. And then I met one guy up there he was an engineer for you guys doing the traffic study, nice guy, and was very informative and so on. And it was explaining to me how and why they do what they do. And so I took all this into consideration, and then I wrote my letter to you guys. This is only, half a dozen sentences. And he was concerned about, making sure we didn't encroach on the hunters or loggers, commercial people on those two roads there. And it kind of makes a loop back from the highway back to the highway. And he was also concerned about the ATV traffic, making sure we're not going to make a speed trap for them. I thought about it a lot. And these ATV, OHV, UTV people that are renting the machines, coming and going, there's only like about maybe 10, 15% of them that are the problem. And they are a real problem because they're from anywhere from Florida to Connecticut, East Coast, West Coast, and they have no idea how to drive this road. The road's narrow, it's windy, and it's that loose gravel, limestone gravel. As much as we put in there, we try to put some clay in it. It's still, corners are corners. I think 85% of that road is about, 20 to 25 mile an hour. There's signs that say next mile is 25 miles an hour. And the only places that you can really get to that 40 mile an hour, 45 mile an hour is those few straight stretches. By the time you get up to there, you're hitting your brakes for the next corner. If you don't hit the brakes, you're almost sideways on those corners. And it really does show because, it doesn't take anything. You can see it because the gravel's all pushed out there like that. And so I don't know where the people are that wanted me to come down here and represent them, but I was hoping they were going to show up here today, but I suppose that's the way it goes. They were concerned about kids. I'm concerned about our livestock. Both of those roads have open range on them. I'm not wanting to have a speed trap at all, but I have really started paying attention to how I'm driving and I'm watching my speed limit. And you might get 40 mile an hour on the straight stretches, no problem on that. But and there's only, 3 or 4 straight stretches, Gillette Prairie, and the one corner up there they call Radar Corner where the highway patrolmen used to set all the time during fires and stuff. You hit that thing at anything past 30 and you're going to be in the ditch on the other side. We're not wanting to have a shouting match with nobody, and certainly not the county guys. But we're really thinking that we would like to give it a try. I think there's only like 3 or 4 speed limit signs on both the roads. Maybe we could just give it a try on 35 mile an hour for a while and see what happens. But those 10, 15%, the ones that myself, I drive it all the time, the ones I'm worried about. I'm afraid I'm gonna come around a corner, they're gonna be coming, and no matter what happens, you run over the top of one of these people, they can't keep the damn thing on the road, they're sideways on the roads, they're doing cookies all over, that's beside the point. But for sure, you're gonna be in a legal battle for years, no matter what happens, whether you're at fault or not, somebody's gonna come after you. But we do have cattle on both sides, open range, and then there's kids, and a lot of us residences, we sent the letters in, kind of think it should be to 35. I know the guys think it should be 40. I'd like him to give it a thought and do some real consideration on 35 for a while. Let's give it a try. And that's what I'm here for. There's no opposition from you guys. I really wish you'd consider it. But I was going to tell you a quick little joke. You know, in high school and so on, you go to your speech class, and then this guy gets up in front of you and he has this magnificent speech and presentation. This Tom Johnson, he's quite a talker, so I was really kind of nervous about coming up here. Anyways, I did learn some things, so I should come here more often. And we have our hotel in Keystone, and we've been just struggling to find enough people to work, and so I might have to give that guy a call one of these times and see what he's got for maybe some ideas on where we can get some help. But do you guys have any questions for me after all
Mr.
that?
Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
Derek, how many signs that say 50 miles an hour on both those roads?
How many, what, Ron?
How many signs actually say 50 miles an hour? If we were to
Well,
do
I should have did
35
better homework, but there's,
Two, okay.
hey, Mike,
See, you do have support.
do.
That's a great answer. Quick.
Maybe there might be three, up on Gillette Prairie. I think there was, one says 25, and it's supposed to said 50, right? And that was down there by Mountain Meadow Campground, which is, of course, we know everybody is in favor of 50 mile an hour as a joke. I mean, that should never have been there for the last 30 years, 40, 50 years. But I think there's 3 or 4, maybe, or 2 or 3. It just wouldn't take much. Hell, I'd go, give me the signs, I'll go switch them out for them if we have to go back to 40,
No, I could support 35 on a trial basis. And the reason why is because, if you put 35, that they're going to go 40.
Well, that's just it.
Just human. And so, and the information that we got here, a lot of the people are driving that 40, 41 to 42, and they're probably driving that speed because it's what they consider safe. And so I don't know. You're always going to have those outliers that, will do whatever they want. But
one of the things I wanted to mention on that test is, of course, they're all on straight stretches. So put those things on some of those other areas where they're maybe not exactly a corner, but not quite so straight stretch, you'd find that those are 10 mile an hour slower because you can't drive them. And I drive way too fast, but I am getting older, listening to my wife longer, and she says, you'll live longer if you just listen to me. So I'm thinking that that's what I should do, right? But I want to get along with these guys in the worst way, and I want to have them support us up there, whether it's the snow maintenance or everything. And I know my brother Nathan and I would be tickled to death if they wanted to give us a shout or send them an email or something, and we just tell it like it is, and sometimes it'll save them some time or help them out on hey, we got a real problem up here, the whole damn road's blowing shut or not. And we're willing to do stuff like that to help, maybe cut down on some traffic for them having to come up there. But anyways, I got lengthy there again. You guys have any more questions for me?
Well,
Yeah.
I was just on the East Slate Road. You've got so many curves on that, and of course, the road gets torn up by deceleration and acceleration from those.
I met you guys up on the prairie.
Good, yes.
Scared me.
I wasn't driving.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I'm not opposed to the 35 either. I know that Highway Department looked at 40, taking it down to 40, thinking that was maybe reasonable. So I guess I would ask for Joe's opinion on whether or not we could try 35.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. So Eric Radke, our traffic sign manager, is, I believe, who Derek has been communicating with, and he met up there when he was setting out the counters. Eric's been doing traffic, his position for 23 or 24 years. So he's seen a lot of this, done a lot of the data, done a lot of research. I was talking to him about this request, and while I respect Derek's, want to go to 35, there's just a lot of data out there that says going any more than 10 miles an hour under what currently is posted, people are just going to ignore it. They're not going to take heed to 35 miles an hour if you posted it. If it is posted at 50, they're not going to take heed to it if you go more than that 10 miles an hour. You have a chance at getting them to heed a 40 mile an hour or 10 mile an hour less speed limit. With that being said, people are going to drive how they feel comfortable no matter where they're at, right? Most people weigh their odds. They say, okay, I haven't seen a sheriff out here in 10 years, right? I do it myself on Highway 14 going to Pier. I've driven that road for, I don't know, 2 decades now, and seen a highway patrol on there a couple times. So you take your chances, right? So you drive how you feel comfortable, and that's how we generally try and set the speed limit. Also, is there's engineering design for the road, and then there's also the data. And Eric went out and set some traffic counters in different spots. We can't really set them in the corners, just because, especially on a gravel road, it would tear them with the how the rocks are and the how the vehicles work. So with that, the highway department would definitely be in favor of lowering the speed limit to 40 miles an hour. And I appreciate Derek bringing it up, because a lot of these gravel roads just haven't been looked at. They were set by the statute of 50 mile an hour on a gravel surface, and they just haven't been looked at, frankly, until somebody brings them up. And with that being said, we're looking at having a speed limit request form that comes to us, and they need to check off certain boxes and have the data for the request. So that's something we're hoping we can get built, so we can make this a little more streamlined in the future, so it's not so sporadic and whatnot. But I guess that's my 2 cents.
Chairman.
Stand for any questions.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Go ahead, Chair. Lloyd.
I was gonna make a motion. Is that what you're gonna do?
No, I was just going to say something.
You got something to say? I was gonna make a
Commissioner
motion.
Edgar.
Joe, I usually drive 35 or 40 on gravel roads, as you remember, even if it's 70. Just kidding, Joe. Joe was telling on roads in Wall that I was driving 35 or 40. Actually, I was trying to figure out the road. Um, Joe, on 35 or 40, I guess I didn't see the difference literally in Wall. Why I'm saying that is, I'm probably with Mr. Derek. Did I say that? Mr. Alexander. For that reason, Joe, because you have to stop, start, you've got curves, Gary's right. Is it really going to make the difference? They're going to go 40, they're going to go 50. As much as I've been on the gravel roads, I'm still having issues with gravel roads. The only one, like I said, is the Sage Creek. I don't, and I do respect your guy that's been in the signs for a long time and how you do the ADTs and the things you do, but on the gravel roads, I don't see the difference between 35 and 40. Like you said, they're gonna go what they go. And most of the time, you already know, Joe, I do agree with what you consider. But again, on a road that doesn't have, that much of a difference between 5 miles an hour, I probably, on this case, from 50 to 35, and it's a gravel road, I think you're going to save a lot of your road in one sense. by the stop and the start and the curves and what that's gonna do to those, like you said, when they have hills, when they have curves, it makes those, washboards less when they're not having to go as fast around those curves. Maybe you can tell me different. What's gonna be that 5 miles an hour difference?
Ultimately, it's, it's a sign. People are, they're either gonna heed to it or they're not.
Right,
Generally, we, this commission knows we like to use data and factual basis to set different things. And
right,
that's why we would highly recommend going with a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit, because that's how we've set the rest of our speed limits that have come in front of you. That's always been our recommendation. Mystic Road came in front of you. I believe they asked for a 25-mile-an-hour speed
right,
limit, and you guys set that one at a 40-mile-an-hour, and that one has even tighter turns than this one does.
right.
So, I would just greatly encourage you to take our advice. Ultimately, it's your decision, but the data is there that people are going to drive 40 miles an hour, and that's how the speed limit should be set. Is how people drive the road, not based on personal, um, you know. Feelings of the road, and I understand that these people have lived there for a very long time, but we have tourists and lots of people that visit and drive on these roads also. So
Right, and
that's
maybe some of it, I could agree with you with, and some of it I would actually disagree with you with, for me. So, for me, the 5 miles an hour difference, I could go either way. The 40, like I said, I guess I'm not having a heartbreak on either side, Joe. And I do respect, like I said, your data on the 40, but if we wanted to do a 35 for a while and then we go, okay, this is not great. This is not working out. People are going, and then by the data as well, it says 42, 43, 42, and 41 on the average. But let's see what you did when you put it down to 35. What would they be going, and would they stay, and
so.
would they go less?
So
I,
if I may,
yes, sir.
they mentioned that a speed limit sign has been posted at 25.
Right,
Our signing project put a speed limit sign up that was incorrect, our sign manager just caught it. So there's been a sign up by Mountain Meadows that's been 25 miles an hour,
yes,
and it was 25 miles an hour when all this data was gathered. It was 25 miles an hour when we passed it, when Ron and Gary and myself went past it. What was that, last week or the week before?
week before.
So I'm just wanting to point out that, I mean, the sign, yes, you can put it at 25, but people are still going to drive how they feel comfortable. So there is that. So we've already had a trial period of 25 miles an hour for probably about a year,
And they're going 40.
and they're going 42.
So 35 is not going to do anything. All right, I got you.
So I feel for the residents out there because I think most of the issue really comes about with those that are not familiar with the road, that are here to have a good time on ATVs or whatever, traveling in areas they're not familiar with. And I think it is a high risk, and especially since it's open range country in addition to it. So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I'm going to make a motion. About changed my mind, but I'm going to go, go ahead. Move to approve the request to reduce the speed limit on East Lake Road and Gillette Prairie Road to 35 miles per hour and further move to direct the Highway Department to prepare the required resolution to do it.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
just to follow up on that, Joe, I'd like to do that, but I think this is one of the incidents where I think the residents who drive it every day, and with the high traffic, some things that have changed with the ATVs and UTVs that are going on out there. I think this is a way to. I know your data shows what it shows, but I'm just. that's where I'm at with this, and the two people that have been out there
So if I may, UTVs, the data shows that there, the counters there's 8 per day throughout a week's time. That was 2 weeks ago. So, 48 vehicles on that one and 52 on the other one. And the other one is 13 UTVs, and then there's 104 vehicles per day. So it's a pretty small percentage of UTVs that are using the road. I understand they do use it, and they generally come in packs. I mean, when we were out there, I think we seen probably 3 or 4 packs of 10 or more. So I do understand where they're coming from on that. Absolutely, but they are a very small portion of what use that road. So.
Well, Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
so based on the data, based on what Joe had just said, the UTVs, he is correct. At 8 or 10, that's low. Number two, I respect what the residents are doing. So you're going from 50, actually you went from 25, and they're going 40. And you got 2 signs that say 50. I think that's a good compromise of 40, based on the information that Joe just said by fax. So I think 40 is a good compromise. So I'll be voting no on the 35, just because based on the facts and based on the information that Joe has just said, I think the 40 is a very good compromise.
Is there any public comment relative to the motion? Come forward.
Mr. Chairman, while he's coming up here, I'll just make a comment. I'm in support of the 35, even though I know Joe said 40. I'm actually in support of the 40 as well. I feel like maybe we can see what the 35 does. And Joe, you may be justified, and you may actually be rectified over a few years or a few months or however long this goes to then do ADT counts, and then we may have to bump it up just to show. But I'm supportive either way to drop it just to see where we're at. Not that I'm against your 40 recommendation, so.
Yes, just please identify yourself.
Mike Bridwell. I live on Gillette Prairie Road, and I got to say there's 8 or 10 an hour that goes by my house. I live a mile from Mount Meadows, and it's just constant, all day, every day, especially on the weekends. Yeah. And like Derek said, it's people from out of state. They don't know the road. They don't care. And there is livestock and other animals in the road, wildlife. I think 35 is the better speed limit.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any other public comment? Derek?
I think you guys can see where we're at here, but there's a flaw with the counters. And I never even thought about it, but the trail systems that are coming and going out of those roads from the highway, goes up, around, hits East Slate, and comes back down. There's about 6 ways to get in and out of that. They come down Medicine Mountain Road, they go down about a mile, and I'm telling you, I kid you guys not, these guys are doing 60 mile an hour if they're doing an inch. And these guys, and they have these new, like 2,000 ccc dune buggy looking jobs. They're 4-seaters, and they move. I've never seen anything like it. I'd be scared to death to drive one. And anyways, those guys, they must have missed the counters. I know the counters were down there right before you turn up Brush Hill, but they come and they go right up there too. They come out there and they go up. There's more ways to miss those.
That's where our counters were.
Yeah, thank you. I seen them and anyways, but and then all the way down to Deerfield Lake, there's about 3 different draws. They're all linked into this. That's it right there by Mike's place. They're linked into this trail system, so they're coming and going anywhere. But I don't know. I sure see a lot of like I say, I think 90% of those ATV people they're doing pretty good. It's just that 10%, like I say, from East Coast, West Coast. I had a couple guys come by. There was 4 of them, young kids. My wife goes, you don't go after those guys, you know, and I'm like, okay, no, that's enough. And they come by our house just sideways. And I don't know, 60 mile an hour, had to. I know you can drive by there 40 mile an hour because I did it before. And these guys couldn't even hold it on the road. So I followed them up the Forest Service thing. They finally stopped and I got out. They thought I was going to get after them. Something. I just told them, I said, you know, you guys need to slow down. You're going to get somebody killed. And I said, besides that, it's really rude. And I go, where are you guys from anyways, you know? And the guy goes, well, I'm from Florida, and he's from Connecticut, and this other guy's from somewhere else. And I'm like, you know, just try to use a little bit of common sense and respect here. You know, I go, everybody will leave you alone. But, I mean, those guys had wide eyes, and I'm like, and I'm not here to jerk your chain here, but I mean, you know, that's enough. But that happens a lot. And those are the ones, I'm only talking 10%. Those are the ones we want to slow down. If they see the speed limit thing, maybe they'll slow down. And they are going slower up to when they hit the top of Gillette Prairie Road, that's when they take off.
So
And
Derek, so 10% of them are the ones that are going over the speed limit?
those are the ones that really need to see a 35 mile an hour speed limit. Are those ones right there, because then they're going to do 40 and they're already pushing the limit.
Okay, so
Yeah, I'm not joking. We've talked about this. Wish my dad would have stayed, but he had a eye thing. You get to be 88 years old, you got all these things happening, you know.
so we want to change the speed limit for 10% of the people?
That's enough. And that's what you're looking at. The statistics are showing that, you know.
That 10% of the people are not following the speed limit?
It's just my guess. And I'm saying that only 10% of that road that you can even drive 40 mile an hour on it. The rest of it is a 30 mile an hour road. So it is, I mean, I seen him drive on it, but you know, the rest of the people that aren't familiar with it, they shouldn't be driving a whole lot more because they're gonna be out of control.
I have an advantage. I've driven up there since I was 14, so it's kind of the same as you. As far as the UTVs exceeding the speed, we do have that data. It's in your packet. Only one of the counters caught any UTVs going over the posted 50 mile an hour speed limit. The majority of the UTVs were going, it looks like the average is about 40 between the 4 counters. So.
Which counter had the speeding one?
Let's see here. 191. I'm colorblind, so you're gonna have to tell me. 1191 here.
1191,
Mr. Chair.
the one on East Lake.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So Joe, my question is, what methodology was used to get the 50 miles an hour? If we're using methodology and.
So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Like I said earlier, majority of the gravel roads in the county took the state statute, and that's how they were posted. If it's a gravel road, it's 50 miles an hour. I don't know when that statute came about, but that's pretty much how my understanding of how these speed limits on the gravel roads were set, until somebody like Mr. Alexander brings these up and we do some research and we get some data to set the speed limit, how it should be set. It's just not something, we've got enough work to do. We don't go out looking for work, right? So that's just generally how these things come about. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I would say, you know, if you guys aren't opposed to it, we could set the speed limit at 35, maybe through Labor Day, right? And revisit it at the second meeting in September. And we'll put some counts over Labor Day weekend, which is generally a pretty high traffic from, you know, a lot of people come from out of state visiting the hills. If we set it at 35 and we still see the same data, we can bring that back to you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So if there's really no difference, I think everybody agrees on that, between 35 and 40. I just feel like why err on the side of caution and go 35? I mean, it's not going to make any difference. Why not go 35? At least we're erring on the side of caution.
I guess it's completely up to you, but I'm going to stick with setting the speed limit on the data and the factual basis that we've done the last several times, and that the data shows 40 miles an hour.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second for the discussion.
Oh, there's someone that wants to.
Oh, come ahead.
Dan Richer. Couple of comments. One, if you guys were to arbitrarily go out and change Old Hill City Road down to 25 miles an hour, what would happen? You'd have a whole crowd in here. But these are taxpayers requesting you to drop the speed limit. So why are we talking statistics and this and that and that? There's no argument here. If the taxpayers would like it at 35, why are we sitting here for half an hour discussing it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Further discussion by the commission. Okay, the motion is to move the speed limit down to 35 mile per hour. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carried 4-1.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
I would propose we take a 10-minute break before moving on to item number 11.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for a 10-minute break. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
That beat you to it.
Call the meeting back to order. Next item we have is second reading and public hearing on ordinance number 737, an ordinance for the imposition and collection of a wheel tax in Pennington County. I do have some speaker request forms, and I will call on those first. Tansy Weaver.
Good morning, Commissioners. Well, I'm here to speak about the second reading of the ordinance. You know my objections, and I'll just briefly go through them. First of all, the wheel tax itself, I'm objecting to. The difference between last meeting's packet and this meeting's packet, though, I think we have to look at. I realize that you added the whereases on this one that wasn't there on the one last week. So it does appear a little different. The one from 719 appears to be 2 pages. The one from today, August 2nd, appears to be 3 pages. What has been added is the list of whereases, the reasons, the rationale.
You're talking about the resolution.
The resolution itself.
The resolution wouldn't have been on the last meeting.
It was on there, but it did not have the whereases.
Okay.
So it's now attached. Of course, the first whereas is because counties are required to adopt a wheel tax in order to be eligible to receive funding from the state's local bridge improvement grant. They will apply for that money back, and there's no guarantee that any, or certainly not all of it, will come back to our county. The county has the authority to impose a wheel tax, but that is an option. And, the last issue shows us how married to data we are. We are so married to data that we overlook the human element in everything because we look and we give more credibility to data. Somebody brought up between last meeting and this meeting, the average lifespan of a typical bridge is 50 to 70 years. And then they pointed out that in the eastern part of the country, they're bridges that are hundreds of years old, but they get regular maintenance. So I would just, for public consumption, question, what is the maintenance schedule on these bridges, and why can't they last longer than that? I also have a question. I walked in on the presentation right at the beginning where the gentleman was talking about 45 million that would be available for projects that the county could bond. I don't know if that was limited to capital outlay, but maybe if we need money for bridges in the county, that might be something to consider. Now I want to call your attention to the ordinance itself, the section where it says, be it hereby ordained, section 1. There's a contrast between what appeared in the packet on 7/19 and what appears in the packet on today's document. The words $3 appeared in subsection, in sub 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Let me stop you right there. That was an error. It just hadn't been updated to the 5 from initial discussions.
Okay, so it was a typo?
Yes.
Okay,
It
and
was just overlooked that it wasn't adjusted from the 3 to the 5.
But I would have to ask the question then. This is what the public saw. So now that it's corrected, wouldn't this now be again another first reading?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, I kind of think that it is.
Okay.
But I'd like to hear the explanation of why it's not a second reading, because it's different from what the public information was 2 weeks ago. So if there is an explanation, I'd really like to hear it. And with that, I'll conclude my comments.
I will ask Jay Alderman if he would like to comment relative to that, our representative from the state's attorney's office.
Jay Alderman, State's Attorney's Office. What wasn't mentioned is that the word 3 was there, but in parentheses, it was $5. So it was also my recollection at the time of the first reading was made clear. You talked about $5. I don't think anybody was talking about $3 per will. And it was just a first reading. The point is that ordinances, the title of them have to be read twice. So it's a will tax ordinance. And you have 2 hearings and you can have multiple. You could have 15 second readings of the will tax if you wanted. You don't have to end today. You could continue it. You could keep doing that, but you don't as a matter of practice because you got to move things along. Excuse me. So it was just a first reading. It said $5. You talked about $5. The public wasn't misinformed, in my opinion.
Thank you, Jay. Next speaker I have listed is Florence Thompson.
Thank you.
Identify yourself, please.
Okay, I'm Florence Thompson. I live in the big town of Caputa, South Dakota. Well, not in town. There isn't enough room for me in town, so I have to live out of town. But anyway, I'm also a lobbyist for South Dakota Citizens for Liberty, and as such, I do go down to Pier and lobby for various legislation. And also, we keep a real sharp eye on the legislation. And we were noticing this bill that established the Bridge Fund, and we thought it was very poorly thought out. The reason being that it's basically an extortion of the counties, and they are bribing the counties to raise their wheel tax in the hopes that they will get bridge money out of the big fund, which has the government, federal government money in it. So they're using that to leverage the counties to get them to raise their wheel taxes as high as possible. And this hurts the taxpayers of the counties. And in my estimation, it's taxation without representation, because they are misrepresenting what that tax money is actually for. Now, if Pennington County, which is a big, rich county, and a donor county into this fund. If Pennington County would keep their own money and build their own bridges, they would do very well. Instead, Pennington County is acting as a donor for this fund to build bridges all over the state. And what we've seen so far is they're mostly in the northeast corner. So I don't think it makes sense for Pennington County to be paying more and more and more into this fund. So I would urge you not to raise this wheel tax. Also, I've worked on the clipboards out on the steps out here, and people are, of course, against having the wheel tax raised. And, it's for, most of us are fairly well off, so it's not a big deal. But for some people, it's a very big deal. And we can't continue to ratchet taxes up a little here, a little there, a little here, a little there. People are hurting. So please keep it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a point that the bill you're talking about was over 7 years ago that it was done in the legislature.
It was quite a long time ago, yes.
2015.
Yeah, we were there.
When that was done. And
Were
4
you there?
years ago.
Were you there then?
Pardon me?
Were you there then in the legislature?
No, I was
Oh.
no. 4 years ago, I was told by one of our legislators that they would change that with a bill that particular year, which would have been 2019, so that counties were not required to do that. There was never any legislation introduced or discussed, to my knowledge. And so we live by the consequences of what the
Right.
legislature did in 2015.
Right. But you still have a choice. The county still has a choice.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So I guess, Florence, where I'm at is that we know we have some bridges that need repair. We know that we have a lot of bridges that are gonna need repair. And these repairs aren't just our highway department going out there and making those calls. Those reports come from engineering companies that they understand the structural damage, and it becomes a safety issue. So if we know the bridges need fixed, we just have to figure out how we're going to fix them and who's going to pay for it. And that's what we're trying to do today.
Right.
Because if it's not the wheel tax, it's going to be real estate taxes. And the people that I've talked to, they're not fond of real estate taxes going up either.
You've got quite a bit of money available, so I think maybe you should have your own bridge fund. Or as Tanchi said, if you're going to have a bond your bridges.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Mr. Chairman, this question's for whoever may know it. The big fund, and maybe I haven't done a lot of research on it, but how does the big fund get funded, and how much money does Pennington County put into it?
Joe Miller.
From my understanding, reading through Senate Bill 1, there was a portion of when they raised excise tax from 3% to 4%, so a total increase of 1%. $15 million of that 1% excise tax went into the bridge improvement grant funding. How much Pennington County pays into that? I believe that question was asked in 2020 when the wheel tax was first adopted, and the state we weren't able to get that answer. So,
okay.
At least I personally was not able to get that answer. I don't know. I think Janet went after that answer too and was not able to get it.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Mike Mueller.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Mike Mueller. I once again rise in opposition to this wheel tax. As we see Elevate presenting, the prevailing wage is under. We've got folks out there trying to figure out what their expenses are with inflation and what they can afford to buy and do. So we got a few things that I'm going to go back to Governor Dugard's first term. He asked all of his departments for 15% cuts, and they achieved that. He came back and they levied to a 10% agreement, 10% cut. He had 15% in his hand. So I would challenge, out of $104 million professional budget, maybe a couple more million in a bridge fund, that's expressed here is what needs to be added. Maybe there's some cuts that need to be made in Pennington County Department somewhere to pull out a couple % of that budget to prioritize it and not have to raise a wheel tax. We will reiterate some things that Mrs. Weaver said. In the banking world, if you write a check and you put $100, 100.00 up in the monetary amount, and then you write out $1,000, they're going to cash that check for $1,000. It might be a typo, but this is not the same ordinance that you passed the first reading because of those words. And on the first page, whereas the current wheel tax revenue used to say has never been sufficient to support Pennington County, now it says the current wheel tax revenue is no longer sufficient. Oh, wait a minute, excuse me, it's changed up to has never been today. So that's another word change. If I'm a contractor and the terms change on a contract, I'm not going to sign the dotted line. You're contracting with the taxpayer right now to take more money from them. So please be aware of the fact that you have some discrepancies in the verbiage, and it might be a typo and everything else, but there's plenty of time to get that right. The first wheel tax that came out, ordinance 714, it stated 2 and 2, both places. There's also a statute, 7-18A-25.1, posting of ordinance book on county website. The proposed ordinance 737 as of this morning still shows the old version with the 3 and the 5. So that's not public duty served to what people are seeing and what's going on in the county. So I think you've got a few things to pick up. And one more item, if the ordinance shall take effect upon publication, but it's also posted to not take place until January 1st, and you publish it in August, when does it start? Thank you.
I have no more speaker request forms. Back to the commission.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
if you don't mind, I made sure that there was a handout that was passed out to everyone, and it's because of some questions that I asked, and I'd like for Janet to come up here and kind of go over that with us, because I think it's important to understand that not every vehicle in the county is actually going to be paying this wheel tax, and Janet's got some more information on that, and her being the expert on that, I'd rather her explain it to show what the shortfall is with that aspect of it as well.
Good morning, Commissioners. Janet Saylor, County Treasurer. I did put together a handout that Travis gave to you this morning, and it has to do with vehicles that do not pay the wheel tax. First of all, historical plates. The charge for a historical plate is $10. It's a one-time fee. At the point that you get your historical plate, which has to be 30 years old, you will pay the wheel tax. That historical plate stays with you for the rest of your life. You never have to renew it again. There's no ongoing charges every year like there is on our regular vehicles, and they never pay a wheel tax again.
So Janet, as you go through here, will you also distinguish which ones the county would have authority on as compared to the state having authority on that?
Yes, Gary, all of these, the county has no authority on. Some years back, we tried to get some of these laws changed, and it did go to the legislature, and it was shot down because some of the discussion at the time that the committees meant, they said, well, I have 4 or 5 historical vehicles. Why should I have to pay a fee every year? And we tried to explain to them that, well, the law says that you can only drive them on special occasions and in parades. We see historical plates driving around every day. So I put together, I got in touch with the state, and I wanted to know how many historical plates there were in Pennington County. There's 3,300 historical plates in Pennington County. And right now we're charging $2 per wheel, which is $8. So I took that time, the $8 times the 3,309, for a total of $26,472. And I used the 7-year mark because the plates were being renewed every 7 years. However, you need to understand these plates are never renewed. They don't get a new set of plates.
So we collect this for the state?
We collect it. No, this would be our money that we would get Deb in wheel tax.
Okay.
If they were paying the wheel tax.
If they were paying it, yeah.
So I took it times 7 years, and the historical plates, $185,304. that we lost in 7 years for not being able to collect a wheel tax. Then we went to the commercial trailer ID plates. To understand them, if you have a commercial ID trailer plate, you're supposed to either pull it with a vehicle that is licensed commercially or that is licensed gross vehicle weight. That's the only time you can pull a vehicle with the South Dakota trailer ID plate. Those also cost $10. You pay the wheel tax the first time. You have the plate as long as you own that trailer. You never have to update it again. Now, when you get a commercial ID plate, you're supposed to take the weight of the vehicle that it's pulling, the passengers, everything in it, the gas. You take the weight of the trailer and the load that is going to be put on that trailer. And while commercial plates do pay more, and so does gross vehicle weight, we know from experience, because we work in the treasurer's office, we go out and we see a set of license plates and we know they're expired. We're the first ones to say, hey, they're driving around illegally. Because you can't take, if you have a regular pickup run, you cannot hook up to a trailer with an ID plate. And people are doing it every day. And I understand that's a law enforcement issue. But they don't see it as often as we see it. So I took the 9,036 commercial plates, ID plates, and I could only figure those at $4 a wheel. Some have more wheels, depends on the axles, but I took $4 for an average, and that's $72,000, $72,288 for 7 years. That's $506,000. The dealer 77 plates. That's also mandated by the state. If you're a dealer and you have a dealership, you can get 77 dealer plates. You can put it on your vehicle. You can put it on your wife's vehicle. You can put it on your child's vehicle. Dealers don't pay a wheel tax at all on the 77 dealer plates. There's 561 of those plates in Pennington County. I took the 4 wheels times the $8, that's $4,488 times 7 years is another $31,000. Then I took the same figures and I times it times $5 a wheel. So on the historical plates for 7 years, it was $463,260 for 7 years, or $66,180 for 1 year. ID commercial plates, I did the same thing. For 1 year, it's $180,000. For 7 years, it's $1.265 million. The dealer plates were $11,220 times 7 years was $78,540. Overall, these plates listed as $2 a wheel for 1 year. The county would be losing $103,248 on the wheel tax, which would average $722,736 in 7 years.
So Janet,
Yes, Deb.
out of the
I'm
one,
sorry, Commissioner.
out of the 1.4 that we have per year, are you taking the 103,248 off of it, or are we still
I'm
making the
adding,
1.4?
I didn't take it off, Deb, the $2 that we have. I didn't, and I didn't realize that till about an hour ago. I didn't figure this $3 versus the 2. I figured it as the $5. If we were going,
Right.
if you were going to the wheel tax, it's $5, Deb.
Because we were doing the $2 at
Correct.
1.4 now.
Correct, but if we would have been at 5, that's the amount of money that we would have been losing.
So at
And I
five-
know it's,
At $5, at 3.6 a year, we'd be losing 103,248. Okay,
Right.
a year, okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
so, and I know I was approached and someone said, well, we're really not losing the money because we don't have it. But in essence, we are losing it because it's money that if we could get the legislature to change the law, it would be money that would be coming into Pennington County for the wheel tax. And these vehicles, just for your information, are not even paying a regular license fee a year. That fee they're paying is a one-time fee. They never pay it again, ever. So your figures are all there. And the reason I took these is because we do not get any wheel tax on these. Exempt entities, county, city, we don't pay a wheel tax on any of the exempt entities, nor driver's education vehicles. The construction vehicles do pay a wheel tax, do not pay a wheel tax either. However, they have to get a permit from the highway patrol. They're only used when they move from site to site. So if they're doing work on interstate or on a road, they go to the highway patrol, they get a permit from the highway patrol. When they're ready to move to a different site, they have to go back to the highway patrol and they get another permit for that move. And there are less than 100 of those across the whole state of South Dakota. The only person that does not pay for a license plate that's totally free is for the Congressional Medal of Honor recipient. They don't pay any license fee, nor do they pay a wheel tax. There's only one recipient in the state of South Dakota. Every other specialty plate is renewed every year, and every one of them pay a wheel tax, except for these plates that I have broken down. And I use this statute as the lifespan of plates because they reissue plates every 7 years. However, they do not reissue the commercial ID trailer plates, the historical plates. Those are not reissued every year. So Commissioner Lassiter came to me and asked me to put these figures together for him. And I think it's good information, because I think maybe with the backing of the Commissioners Association, it's not only affecting us as a county, it's affecting every other county in the state. If there was some way they could make them pay every year to have a historical plate, if I want a specialty plate, I have to pay $25 a year, plus I have to pay the wheel tax, where these people are not paying anything, and they will say on the historical plates, well, I don't drive them very much. But you see them driving around town all the time. So I would stand by for any questions.
Any questions for Janet?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter?
Janet, we also hear that same argument for some trailers. Some people pull a trailer once or twice a year, so that, they would argue the same thing. Well, I don't use it all that much. I shouldn't either A, pay a wheel tax, or should pay less, whatever the case may be. But I thank you for pulling these numbers together, because I think what this also points out, if the wheel tax is a use tax for the county for the highway, this means everyone is not paying that use tax appropriately, I don't believe. Would you agree?
Yes, I think that's correct. I think there should be some way that plate is not permanent for the rest of their life. If I'm a veteran, a disabled veteran, and I want a plate, the law says I can have 2 plates on 2 vehicles. That's it. If you have a historical vehicles, you can have 20 sets of plates. And it doesn't matter. To me, that's disrespectful to the veterans. Because if I have 3 vehicles, I should be able to have another plate for if I'm a disabled veteran. But that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you, Janet.
Appreciate it.
Jeremy?
Commissioner Hancock?
Today, we are voting on a wheel tax. We are voting on a $5 wheel tax. In 2016, I was on this board. We were voting on a $2, $3, $4 wheel tax. It was voted. It was voted down. We took $2 million off our budget. We thought it would pass because we needed infrastructure. We had 836 miles of road, 494 of gravel, 342 of hard surface, 127 bridges, 3,475 culverts, and 135 livestock guards that we needed fixed. repaired. Infrastructure in Pennington County that needed to be done. We thought that the constituents in Pennington County would support that. I support infrastructure. I have always supported infrastructure. I thought it was fair. We have a lot of mailbox people that use our system, about 4,000 at least, that use our roads, our drainage, our culverts that go over our livestock guards. It failed. Now we have inflation. Now we have roads and bridges and infrastructure that needs help. It's 4 or 5 years later. We need them done. We have eastern part of Pennington County that have ranchers and farmers that need help. We have eastern, western South Dakota or Pennington County that is in dire straits of bridges and drainage. And now we need a wheel tax. We need something that's going to help these people. We only have 26% of Pennington County property taxes to do that. We have an unorganized road that doesn't support that. We have no sales tax because we have tried for the last 5 years. We have tried, and the state won't help us. The city does not want to give up any, and neither does the state. So what do we need to do as commissioners to do that? I've been on here a long time. I have been trying. Tanchi, you have tried. Some legislators have tried, but not hard enough, obviously. They have not fought for us hard enough because it's not worked. They keep telling us they're going to try, but not hard enough because we have got nothing. They get pissed at us now because we need a will tax. I know they don't like taxes, but how are they going to help us? How are they going to help our highway department? You keep saying, well, you can help it with your budget. You can drop that. Our budget is pretty tight. We need to support our people that work here as well. Half of our budget is people that work here. And you already know how that's going. People say, well, you know, you can pay them less or you can do this and you can do that. But, you know, we've been here, long time in Pennington County. Infrastructure is huge. We have the farmers and ranchers said, okay, increase it. Make sure our roads are plowed. Make sure our gravel is done because we will pay that wheel tax. Yeah, I have talked to them. I've been to Scenic in the last few weeks. I have been to Wall. I have been in those areas. Those are the people saying, those are huge for us. We will pay that tax. You just make sure our roads are done. So I have talked to the people. I have done my homework. We need to do something. You get us some sales tax and we'll drop down the wheel tax if that's what you need to do. But you give us the money somewhere else because we cannot afford it in Pennington County without a wheel tax. You tell our highway department, you see all the things that we need to be fixed. It's not just bridges. Some of those bridges we have repaired and we do fix. And we have band-aided a lot of different things. Again, I've been in Pennington County. I think I'm the longest serving at this point. But I do love infrastructure, and we do have, as you know, a Rapid Valley. We do have some areas in Rapid Valley that need some major help. We have done and gave one-time funding in ARPA in different areas to try to help Rapid Valley. That needs some major issues as well. We have proved to you in Pennington County that we do care, and we are going to help and move forward on Rapid Valley. As Joe, as Brittany, we are looking at doing some different creative funding out there as well. And hopefully have gone to Rapid City and made that message clear. We are trying to do that 3 mile, 1 mile area. So we are fighting hard for Pennington County in these areas to try to make that difference. So as commissioners, to say, we are not caring about, and we're just moving this wheel tax like it doesn't make a difference, and we're just trying to increase your taxes. We are trying to make something in Pennington County count for that infrastructure in one way or another. We're not trying to just avoid you and say, okay, do those taxes and get nothing for it. If that infrastructure doesn't move forward, people know me good enough that I will fight that that infrastructure is moved in Wall and Scenic and Western South Dakota, in Ron's area and the Rapid Valley area, so we can make Pennington County and that infrastructure a better place for us to have our bridges and our roads and stuff done, so you can build this new Pennington County area with infrastructure that actually this new housing that we keep having to say we have to have will make a difference for us. We get 26% is all when you talk about your property taxes, which I've told the ranchers and the farmers and the people. 26%. We collect all of the property tax, but we only get 26%. 53% of your property taxes go to the schools. So when you keep saying, I pay all this taxes, remember Pennington County collects a lot of taxes for the state and the cities and a lot of different entities, but we don't get a lot of it. So that infrastructure and that wheel tax is huge for us. And that's why we're doing it. And if we don't do what we say, and that highway department doesn't fix those roads and doesn't do what they say with that money, come back and tell us about it. Because I can tell you, those ranchers and those farmers, they have talked to Joe. They have talked to Sean, our engineer. I have went on all these roads and these bridges, and I'll tell you, they ripped him. And they said, we're going to pay this, but you're going to fix these roads and these bridges. Travis can say it. Ron can say it. I don't know if, Gary, you've been out there. They said, if you guys don't do this, we're going to come back and we are going to say something about that wheel tax. But we're going to pay it because we want these things done. We need those culverts. We need those cattle guards done. So I'm for this wheel tax, and if we have to move this forward, I'm for it today. Because I do want that infrastructure, and I do want Rapid Valley, and I want that, if we can, move that major arterial and that district, that water district with Rusty. I want that moved forward, and Rapid Valley to be a better place for people to have some great infrastructure to move forward, and have Rapid Valley a better place to live in and be able to move forward for housing and things for people in the future.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Thank you much, Commissioner Hadcock. We've all had some pretty conversations on this, pretty deep conversations on this. And Joe knows that I'm very supportive of the Highway Department getting money. We've talked about it in depth, and I agree the Highway Department needs money. And you asked a really good question, Commissioner Hadcock. What do we do now? I would say, first and foremost, as important as this is, whenever it was never put back in the budget from 2016, we should take general fund money and reestablish back to the levels that the Highway Department needs at this moment in time before this goes. 100%, I'm going to say that I'm against this, and this is no secret, I've said it before, with an emergency clause, whenever the people don't have a right to say one way or the other on this, I cannot be for it. I think we should give the people the opportunity. You're right, Commissioner Hadcock. Eastern Pennington County, many of the ranchers out there have said that they would support it. I think if you at least allow the opportunity for it to go, to be referred, it may change. If it's referred, it may be a 60-40 in supportive of it. Because I've heard so many individuals saying that they would be willing to pay this wheel tax for the funds to fix the roads out in Eastern Pennington County. But I'd also ask us to look at our budget and look at what's considered state statute must fund versus may fund. If we need to pull money, we should probably start looking there if we're going to try to get more funds to the Highway Department right now. That's just my personal take on it. I just lost the thought. Hold on a second. Maybe I'll catch it here. I think Pennington County citizens and the Board of Commissioners, I think we could work together to present something to peer in support of sales tax, and to support removing the wheel tax, or at least the requirement of having a wheel tax to have access to the big fund. I think if we could work together with the citizens, I think they'd be more interested in a sales tax rather than a property tax, rather than a wheel tax. I think that would be a good opportunity to start the conversations now to even move forward into peer as well. When you ask the question about what do we do now, I think that's what we can do now. We can start moving it. I get it. There's probably going to be more support for the wheel tax in its current form, and I've already stated that I'm probably not going to support it, or I'm not going to support it with an emergency clause on it. But if we're serious about fixing the problem moving forward, I think we should move forward with the things that I just outlined, regardless of the outcome of this vote today.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Troy.
You know, when this first came forward, yeah, thanks, Deb, for the background on this, because that was just before I come on. It was brought forward, and, you know, I didn't know much about it, and I knew it had failed. And then when as this progressed, this commission, minus a few, did the $2 tax, and I was one of the ones that kind of put the hold on it, wanted to wait a little bit and continue in order to get the information out, and I think that worked good. Our highway department and Holly and the staff came up with the data points, posted them on the webpage, so they've been there for quite a while now. You know, this isn't something new, and you know, I struggle with this. I met with a couple people over the weekend on it, and including my wife, and she's not for it. So, and I ask her why, and she can't tell me why. She doesn't want to read the information on it. But so I'm just letting you guys know there's some out there that just, you know, won't do it, and that's including at home. So, but one of the things when I took on this job was not just to look out for today and tomorrow and so forth. Our job is to look out for 20 years ahead of time, 20, 30 years. And if we want our children, our grandchildren, and so forth to have the same level of safe streets and service that they're getting now, we need to keep up. And that's where I'm at with this. It's a tough decision for a lot of people. I don't like to raise taxes. I don't want to pay another $20 on my vehicle. You know, I really don't. But I also know I got to look out for the future people coming forward. And that's the tough part. You know, we can sit back and say no and put it on somebody else's plate 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when the streets have dilapidated to the point where we have the potholes and so forth. But I think that's part of our responsibilities here as commissioners. So I'm going to support this, knowing I'm going to be in trouble when I get home.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So we got a fact
Speaks with
sheet,
the
and
brevity.
if you folks haven't seen the fact sheet, that really kind of helped me decide where I'm going to go with this. 27 counties, $5 a wheel. 17 for one county, $3. 15 counties, $2 a wheel. That's probably including Pennington, 6 counties, no wheel tax. What people fail to see is that not every county is equal to each other. You got to admit, Pennington County is probably one of the most diverse counties in the state of South Dakota with the terrain, the topography. You've got the plains to the east, and you've got to the west, you've got the Black Hills National Forest. And with that being said, 127 bridges, most of them were replaced in 1972 after the flood. They've reached that 50-year mark, and now they're going to the 70-year where it's been suggested that they're replaced after 70 years. And this is why I will also support what we're proposing today, because we're in a unique county and a unique situation, and I think maybe the flood of 72 had a lot to do with that, taking bridges out in 1972, and they had to be replaced, and then they're reaching their life expectancy. So nobody likes tax. I don't like tax, but I just think this is going to be the best bang for the dollar for the taxpayers of Pennington County.
Well, I agree with the wheel tax, for basically all the reasons that have just been stated. We need help in Pennington County for roads and bridges. This, to me, is the most fair way of doing it. I don't like the option of a levy, because that goes right back to the property tax owners. This way, at least all the users, all the vehicle owners are paying the wheel tax rather than just property owners. So I'm in support of it. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion. Is there a second? And a second.
Chairman,
Further discussion? Commissioner Adcock?
just one more thing about this. Commissioner Lassiter, I respect what you have said about putting money in the 2 million and funding the highway department, but I also understand the emergency clause for a reason, because of inflation. If we had done this in 2016 and this would have passed, can you imagine how much we could have accomplished by this time and what the cost would have been compared to what it is now? And how much we could have got done by now and what those bridges and roads would have been done by now instead of today because of the cost of inflation. It's pretty crazy to think about. So at this point, it is an emergency, because if we keep putting this off, how many millions have we lost on doing bridges and roads? So not willing to do that anymore, and that's why, for me, it's huge. Let's get it done, let's get it moving, and that's why at this point, we can keep saying, we can argue in the budget, we can argue like we did before, we can keep taking it and try taking it to a vote. But again, are we willing to fail again? And we're just gonna keep kicking it down the road and saying sales tax, and we can do this and that. Not willing to do that anymore. We need this done now. That's why it is an emergency. And at first I'm like, okay, I really like the people's voice, but I also understand that this is an emergency for us to get this infrastructure. I keep telling people, infrastructure is huge for any city, county, or state in order to be successful for anything they do in the future. So for me, it's a no-brainer. Let's move it forward. So.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion on second reading and final adoption of ordinance number 737 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1 vote. Passed. Item number 12 is the resolution to go along with the wheel tax.
So moved.
I've got a motion to adopt the resolution and a second, which is what guarantees that the wheel tax will all remain within Pennington County also. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, would we read that to clarify, because I get questions about
Okay. Move to approve the resolution for the distribution of the wheel tax revenue retaining 100% for the county road and bridge fund to be used for highway bridge maintenance and construction.
Yep. Thank you.
Is there any public comment on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I was a 1-no. So.
Okay. 4-1 vote. Next item, item 13. Emergency Services Communication. Kevin Carlin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ted Rufflet, Deputy Director, Pennington County 911. Kevin couldn't be here. He's getting ready for the rally, so I'm here today. We sent you a letter earlier asking for authorization to make what amounts to one final purchase in the radio tower construction project. It's taken this long because we've been having a difficult time finding the right security cameras that'll work at these sites. It really ends up being a sole source procurement type of deal. So we're asking today for permission to expend $63,370 to Ghost Global Security LLC for 5 Axis dual-purpose cameras, one each at the radio tower sites that the county owns.
Move
And
approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
got such a fast one because we actually gave reports on this a couple weeks ago.
yes, we did.
Important.
Thank you very much. It is important.
Is there any public comment in regard to this? Seeing none, back to the commission. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you, Ted.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 14, items from the Highway Department. Joe.
Yeah, it is good afternoon now. Good afternoon, Commission. Again, Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Item A is authorization to purchase road salt off the state contract. So the contract was just let here in July. So we got the final pricing. We did reach out to Blackstrap Incorporated, asked them if they would allow us to purchase off that state contract. They did agree. Highway Department purchases on average about 1,000 tons of salt per year. This year, with our new salt storage building, that might be a little different because we've got quite a bit of sand salt left over from last year. Each year is a little bit different. That's an average. Hopefully with that salt storage building, we'll see a little bit less each year, or about the same. It'll level off there. 2020 bid price was $83.07 per ton. 2021 bid price was $81.94 a ton. So from 20 to 21, it went down. Come to 2022, it went up 8%, an increase of $6.51 a ton from 21 to 22. So with that,
Joe, is this delivered to us or do we have to?
It is delivered.
It is delivered.
Delivered to our Rapid City yard, yes.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve. Any public comment? Any further discussion by the commission? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item B.
Item B, so speaking of the wheel tax, it's only fitting, I guess, that this shows up on our agenda today. Last week, we did a bid opening for 2 bridges on Thunderhead Falls Road. Our original grant amount was a 70-30 split. The original cost between this year and last year was $1.2 million. The bid price came in at $1.6 million. With our current engineer's estimate was about $1.6 million before we did the letting. So the bid actually came in about $12,000 under what our current engineer's estimate was with inflation. But that being said, with the big grant that we did receive, originally it was a 70-30 split. Currently, with the way this bid was opened, it's a 55-45 split. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a
Commissioner Lassiter.
question, and it's sort of regarding to this, and more of it's just if we can get some information in the future. I know y'all have requested it before. We just talked about it. It'd be good if we could find out how much we're paying to the state for that big grant, if you don't mind, if we can try to figure out or get me some information to figure that out. Because, and then the reason why I'm asking that, because we're paying into it, they're saying they're going to do this split with us, and is this because the bid or the quote was done prior to a certain time frame, and because it takes some time that now we're paying more into it rather than what we should be based off of the criteria?
So our engineer, KLJ, does a pretty good job of trying to forecast out, typically, so when this one was first done, right, we wanted to design or get the grant and construct it in the same year. Well, we've learned since then that that's not really feasible with the time frame. By the time it gets awarded from the state and then all the paperwork gets signed, it's really late into the construction season. So you're not going to get a good price and probably not going to get a contractor to build it that same year. So we've kind of tailored our plan to kind of forecast out, okay, we're going to apply for the big funds, just using 23 for an instance, right? We're going to apply for the big funds in January of 23, and we're going to construct that in 2024 if we get the funding. If we don't get the funding, right, we'll still have a plan whether we construct that with our own funds or so forth.
But are you allowed to project it with a projected cost increase due to the year out timeframe, or do you have to give it as today's quote price, but then suck it up on the back end? Do you see what I'm
Prior to
saying?
this year, they just changed some of the rules in the big grant. They allow you 3% per year now, currently. When we were awarded these grants, that was not the case.
Okay.
So they've changed that, as well as they've put more funding into this, into the big bridge improvement grant. The Transportation Commission, I think that was in April, voted to increase the bridge improvement grant dollar amount from $15 million to $33 million. So they more than doubled it.
Okay, thanks.
And we will try and follow up with finding out how much.
How much Pennington County puts into it?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure Janet can get that out of them.
Thanks, Joe.
I presume that's probably through the Department of Revenue, isn't it, Janet, that that'd have to come from, or? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
Move to award the Thunderhead Falls Road Street 52-316, 316, 52-317, 318 replacements to Core Construction Services of Hermosa, South Dakota in the amount of $1,632,705.10. Contingent upon the South Dakota Department of Transportation's concurrence.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Seeing none, back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Scott.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Scott Guffey, Pennington County Natural Resources Director. Commissioner Roskinek and I have been working on the forest plan revision. Phase 1 is the assessment phase. That's where the Forest Service goes through and basically assesses the current state of the forest. And we've also been working jointly with the Black Hills, South Dakota counties, been doing weekly Zoom calls. And each one who's kind of their expertise has been taking the assessments and reading through the assessments. Oh, yeah. We also, a couple weeks ago, met with the Wyoming folks who have been doing similar things, and we've also had the state on board with us and industry experts. And we've all kind of came to the conclusion after we read each of the different assessments that they're looks like they were rushed and is missing the most recent data. There's data gaps, just a lot of flaws in the assessment. And this will be an issue going down this is basically the building block as we proceed with this forest plan revision. So we feel that the Forest Service should do a second draft of the assessments to try to get the most current data in place there. So we're asking that the South Dakota counties and the Wyoming counties to draft or adopt a resolution asking for a second draft assessment. The comments were due yesterday. Ron and I worked with them and on them, and so did the surrounding counties, and we kind of jointly shared our comments on the different assessments, and I shared those with you yesterday. We had 29 pages of comments that we submitted yesterday at the deadline. So, but hopefully they'll consider doing the second draft, and then we can restart the process again. But not that any of us want to do that, but we feel strongly that it has to be done right.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank Scott for the work that he put into this, besides his normal job duties. Yeah, Scott put a lot of work in this, and he also did the work, not all the work, but the other counties that are involved with this in South Dakota. Scott just kind of grabbed us all and put this text in front of you, in front of us, and it's just want to say thank you, Scott.
Yeah, and I'll have to give credit to Jennifer with Black Hills Council. She's been a
Absolutely.
huge help
I was going to mention Black Hills Council of Local Governments and Jennifer.
Yeah, it was a lot of information to try to digest, and I did not, in the first reading, digest it all, so.
Yeah, there was, those assessments, each assessment is anywhere from 5 to 40 pages, so it all depends how much they spent on it, but like, obviously, like the timber one is a big one, and we had a lot of comments, of course, on it. And we worked with the industry folks on that, so they're a big ally.
So what happens September 1, or what happens at that?
Well, the next step now is either they'll take all the comments that they receive, not only from the counties, but from the general public, and go through the assessments. Hopefully, and then they'll come out with the final assessments, and then we've asked that the counties have time to review those as well, and hopefully provide comments if they don't follow up on our request to do a second draft. And then once we move into that, then it'll be the second phase where you begin the plan revision and the NEPA process. So it's probably a 3 to 5 year process. It's not a quick deal, and that's why I know a lot of people have been pounding the table for a new forest plan, but let's don't rush it just to get a forest plan out there. Let's try to do it right, is what we're trying to say.
So for the Forest Service, is this all being done at this level, at the local level?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just for the Black Hills. So each forest has their own forest plan. So, and they'll be put in place for 20 to 25 years. So it's important that we get it right, because we'll be working off this for the next 20 years at least.
Mr. Chair. Commissioner LaCroix.
I thank you too for your hard work on this, and just to give a little bit of history on this, this, like you said, it's a 3 to 5 year plan, and it seems like I remember when I was the backup for the advisory board, the discussions on this, and then we went through a supervisor change and an intern one that came in right about the time that this was getting, some important information was getting drafted. And, I give credit to Randy and that organization that they've been meeting about the revision, and even, 2, 3 years ago, we're talking about the errors in some of the data, and it wasn't all correct, and them taking it upon themselves to form that group and have those discussions. So, from what I've seen of the forest board so far, is it's slow moving, and I don't know what kind of changes will happen.
Yeah.
Just being honest, I mean, after sitting in those meetings were 4 hours every month.
Mm-hmm.
So and we had a wide variety of people, and you're on there now because we volunteered you. So,
Yeah, and our first meeting is the 17th.
Yeah, so thank you, Scott. I mean, I think your knowledge is going to go a long way with them. I think you're going to do a lot better than me doing there because your knowledge, and I appreciate that. I think we needed you there. I just from my experience so far, I don't have high hopes.
Yeah, they're unfortunately getting pulled in a lot of different directions. Yeah. And they got a lot of people that they're trying to make happy, and we got a good working relationship with the Forest Service. We don't want to jeopardize that either. So hopefully they understand that and see the flaws in the draft, because they had a contract author that did a lot of them, and then some of it was done in-house. And by and large, the ones that were done in-house, the assessments were a lot better than the ones that were contracted out with the contractors. So hopefully they can make those adjustments.
Cross my fingers for you guys. You guys have been persistent. So, I mean, it's better to be at the table than be on the plate. So there you go.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Oskinen?
You ask yourself, this is going to set the foundation for the next 15, 20 years, and you say, well, what happened in the last 20 years? And I was thinking, living on a lake 20 years ago, it was a 16-foot lawn that probably cost $15,000. Last night I was sitting there on the shores of Sheridan Lake, and there's a $175,000 wake boat. Now that's changing the scenery of the Black Hills, and what's going to happen in the next 20 years.
Yeah.
So Scott, have the other Black Hills counties all basically pulled together also?
Yeah, I know Lawrence County adopted this last week. And I think A lot of the counties are having meetings this week and next week and are planning to adopt it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
I'd move to adopt and approve the chairman's signature on the resolution requesting the Black Hills National Forest Service respond to Black Hills National Forest counties call for a second draft assessment.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment in regard to this? Seeing any, back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Item
you, Scott.
16. Cindy.
I'm actually going to pass out a little.
Okay. Thank you.
Was looking at the budget and thinking about the September 6th hearing, and know that there are a few more things that are going to need to be looked at prior to that. And of course, one of them is the memo that you received from Lori Wager, the Director of IT, on the increase that she is requesting in their 2023 budget. And I don't know if Mike wants to speak to that, or if you need him to speak to that, I guess.
Okay. Sure.
Hi, good afternoon. Mike Iverson, Pennington County IT. I can answer any questions you guys have on it, so.
So just reevaluated what the cost, projected cost would be for you?
It was actually something new we added on. We had an outage a couple weeks back that affected the law enforcement and dispatch's ability to respond to some things. So we reevaluated our IT systems and found that we could benefit from having some extra internet connections, some redundancy built in, a little more than we already had, so. And that's just kind of where we decided to go from it and realized we better get this on there before the budget gets moving, so.
Okay. Appreciate you doing that. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And you don't have to make any motions in regards to the things that we're discussing today, but I would absolutely like the direction that you'd like to be going for.
So you want the motion on the IT?
You can do that today, or you can wait and work on all the motions for next week, and then we'll finalize the budget up on the 6th. However the board would like to handle it.
Okay, so we're going to finalize it in September, correct?
Correct.
First meeting in September. Does anybody have a deep desire of doing any motions today, or should we wait on the motions until we deal with the final budget in September, first meeting in September?
I didn't get a chance to really review everything. I was a little busy last night, so I didn't get to do a final review.
Okay, well, let's just move it to this, yeah.
I think, Cindy, to add that in so we know what that number is, but then we vote on it separately at our next meeting. But I think.
Can
I
you
can
add
put
it to
something
each
together
person's
for you.
budget? Like, put it in their line items, these in their line items, so we could see what it looks like in their line items?
Yes, I can have that for you.
Yeah,
The
like
August
Jerome's would
16th
be
meeting.
103,900, not just the 28,000, if it was out of general fund.
So I think that's what she's asking is, you're always asking how to prepare it. So you're asking, I think we're asking you to prepare it in the budget.
Yeah, with these numbers.
Your direction is to go ahead and add that, and then we can have you do the formal motions once you see that, the outcome of that.
Yeah, with these numbers in these guys' budget.
Okay. And then I did, on the memo that I prepared for you, address the FTEs, and there again, that's something we can address at the August 16th meeting. Those numbers are already in the provisional budget, but the motions on actually approving the FTEs has not been done, so I know that will need to be done. So as we move towards final budget, you'll probably want to look at that.
Okay.
Will you put, Cindy, will you put Jerome's under with the 103,900 with it in general fund instead of just, because you have it at the bottom, you have 28,000 plus the 75,900 in his general fund?
The FTE was approved the budget for the FTE, for him, for the additional halftime, was approved. That amount was in the provisional budget. So that has already been approved.
The 75.9 was in through general fund?
The 75.9 was not addressed.
Okay.
I think the items 1 through 8 have been approved.
Yeah.
Yes.
But,
Yeah.
but the 75.9 was for Val, right?
No.
What was that for?
No. That was I will call it a misunderstanding of how things needed to flow for support for the fire fund budget. And in his request, in his presentation, I guess he was requesting support from the general fund, but in the revenue request that he turned into me, there was no operating transfer included in that. So therefore, it was not included in the provisional budget.
So would it come out of PILT? Is that what you're?
No, it will come out of the general fund, unassigned fund reserve.
Which is usually from PILT any other year? I guess I didn't understand that part of it.
I think the PILT is part of our general fund.
Yeah.
Right, the PILT is part of the general fund. And in order to cover the increase in his budget this year, he was asking for tax support from the general fund.
So he needs 103.9 instead of?
No, just the 75.9 is all that needs to be added to the general fund budget for an operating transfer to the fire fund.
In
The
order for
other
him
was
to
already
balance.
in there.
Okay, so you can add that
And so, yeah,
with his
I can
total.
get all of those, and I'll get you a budget summary and a new revenue summary, and then we can address the motions at that time.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lassner.
Cindy, can you just walk me through on the 2023 means of finance, the difference to goal from the two different ones? One's 19.42% of reserve, and the other one's 19.19% of the reserve. Is that good for us, those numbers where we're at? I kind of want to.
The goal is 20%.
Okay.
I did do the quick calculation. I didn't reprint the budget summary or the revenue summary for you.
Okay.
But if you look at the means of finance, that's August 2nd, up in the left-hand corner, the 19.19% is where we would be if we approve the operating transfer from general fund support.
That's with these other things in it.
Fire fund, yeah, that's all, yeah, those things are already in there. Is there anything else that the board would like to see on August 16th?
Anything else?
Just a comment. So, yeah, 1 through 8, we've already had discussion. We added that to the provisional budget. So what the request was today was to add the IT. You inform us of the IT, and we're going to have, we said go ahead and add that to it. So, but yeah, I just need to clarify when a new piece of paper comes up. We'd had these discussions.
If you have any questions on that, you can certainly stop by and see me, and I can answer any of them. I just thought it might be helpful to have that as you're looking towards the end goal.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy.
Item 17, approval of the vouchers.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment on the vouchers? Back to the commission. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item 18, items from the public. I have some speaker request forms in front of me. Roger Thompson is the first one in. So items from the public is for discussion on items that are not on the agenda that the public wishes to bring before the commission.
This is it. This is in addition to the agenda. It's a public comment, is that correct?
This is public comment.
It's open to the public? Okay.
It is.
Well, my last presentation was over the election machines that are currently used not only in Pennington County, but the rest of the state. And I provided information to the board via video and some affidavits from analysis that was done by various university computer departments and everything. And I was wondering, have you seen any of that information? Have you been able to deal with it at all?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ross, can I?
Roger, you gave me some flash drives and text, and I did, I can't say that I read it word by word, but I tried to read the stuff that I thought was most pertinent.
Okay. And Mr. Lassiter?
I know I read some of it. I think we've already talked on the phone about.
A little bit, yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Well, it
Commissioner
seems
Ross,
like.
what's that? Commissioner Ross?
I did reach out to the Attorney General, Department of Revenue, the Director of Department of Revenue at a meet and greet, and I also brought it up to him about your concerns, and he wrote a 1 or 2 page draft.
Oh, Secretary of State. Secretary of State.
Secretary of State, excuse me, yeah. Because you'd indicated that you were having troubles reaching out to him. And I just happened to see him at this meet and greet and mentioned some of the concerns that you had, and then he did follow up, not necessarily directly to me, but I did see a letter indicating, that seemed to address the concerns that you shared with me.
Understand. Well, it seems like the deeper that I dive into this machine problem, the more concerned I get. And as a citizen of Pennington County since 1980, I've voted in every election that we've had since then, but I've come to find out that after these machines were initiated in the state, I don't know exactly how that happened, but I don't think that I can be confident that my votes since 2000, the year 2000, have been secure. And here recently, with the primary elections, there's a group of people over on the east side of the state. It's called South Dakota Canvassing. I don't know if you've heard of that or not. But they've been working real hard over there, and they had some suspicions concerning the primary election, and they presented a FOIA request, I think it was to the Secretary of State, for certain types of information concerning the primary election. I think the CVRs, there were some ballot images and some other data that they requested, none of which would compromise any of the voter information and everything, and yet all the requests were denied. And they went ahead after that to every county in the state and requested the same information, but all the counties turned them down also. And the reason for the turn down was because I guess it was the Board of Hearings Examiners said that it was proprietary information according to ES&S systems. And consequently, the information couldn't be released. And the question that I have is, who actually runs our elections? Do the vendors run the elections? Or does the counties run the elections? Or does the Secretary of State?
Pennington County, the county auditor runs the election.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
I would ask that if there's been a request and it's been denied, obviously there's a paper trail of that. I would ask that you submit that to us so that we can see the request and so we can see the
I think
denials.
that's forthcoming because there's been a lawsuit in accordance with that will, it's pending right now, the results of which I don't know what it is, the request of this information. But somewhere, somehow, somebody doesn't want that information released to the public.
What's that lawsuit? Is it filed here in South Dakota or is it filed somewhere else?
I didn't hear you.
What's that lawsuit? What's it filed under? Is it here in the state of South Dakota or is it somewhere else?
It's just in South Dakota. the information that was requested, the CVRs, ballot images, and
Right.
so,
That's in a lawsuit, though? Is that what you just said?
I'm.
Is that in a lawsuit? I thought you had mentioned a lawsuit when you were talking about that.
Yeah, there is a lawsuit pending.
Okay, do you know the name of the lawsuit? What is that lawsuit?
I don't know if it's probably South Dakota canvassers versus, I don't know.
Okay.
In my attempts to bring my concerns to the authorities in South Dakota, everybody from the governor on down, I've written letters, I've made phone calls, I've tried to talk to them, and basically everybody slams the door in my face because they don't want to deal with the problems that are inherent in these machines. So where do we go from here? And here recently,
Are you talking tabulating machines? Is that what you're talking about?
all of them, the ES 200s, the
I have no
450.
idea what that is.
Okay, the ES 200 is a optical scan machine that the precincts use. The larger precincts, I think the smaller precincts use the ES 100s. It depends on the population within the various counties. And then you go up from there to the tabulators at the counting centers that tabulate the votes, accumulate, the vote totals and everything, and then send them to, I guess, Peer or wherever they send them to. But there's problems with these machines, and this is some information that I uncovered here. It's on voting machine hash code testing. Are any of you familiar with hash codes?
I'm not.
Well, I wasn't either until I read this article. But basically, these machines are totally dependent on the software that's in the machines that governs how the machines run. And the vendor is the only one that can put in the software. So they're basically responsible for the correct software to get into these machines. And the hash code supposedly takes that information when the software is inserted, and it assigns a number, some kind of a code to it. That's why they call it a hash code. And then when the certification comes about, they can query this hash code, and yet ES&S machines have got a problem. The 200s have got a problem, the 450s, I think the 550s, and the new 850s have got problems with this hash code. And this is what this article has to say. It turns out that ES&S has bugs in the hash code checker. If the reference hash code is completely missing, then the hash code checker will say, yes, boss, everything is fine. Unsurprisingly, ES&S hash code checker could contain such a blunder, but that it would be unnoticed by the U.S. Elections Assistance Commission federal certification process. They missed it totally. So the bottom line in all this is that unless we have some cyber authorities that are capable and have the expertise, some white hat cyber specialists come in and examine these machines, we don't have any idea what these machines are capable of. And federally speaking, there's been Democrats and Republicans on the federal level that have chastised the use of these machines over and over again because they're so hackable. And they've discouraged the use of the machines, and yet we still go ahead and use these machines. And the only way to resolve the problems, because these machines are basically just computers, and computers are fallible. And the only way to have an election that people can have confidence in, not only in Pennington County, but the rest of the state and the rest of the country, is to go strictly to paper, hand-counted ballots from beginning to end. And I know that that's labor-intensive, but that's the only way that we can have the confidence. In the last election, the primary election, do you have any idea what the registered voter turnout was in Pennington County?
I know I've heard it, but I don't know what it.
32.9% of the registered voters actually voted, and that's really sad.
Mr. Thompson, I appreciate the information, but I don't think it's going to do us any good as commissioners. We have no control over the tabulating machines, and I think that's what you're talking about. Tabulating machines that may be used in our auditor's office, tabulating machines that may be used at the level of the Secretary of State's office. But we, as a commission, we don't have any authority or control over those machines.
Well, what am I supposed to do as a concerned citizen?
Well, you said that there's a lawsuit out there.
The what?
You said there's a lawsuit that's pending at the present time.
Yeah, there is.
I would say that that's probably, if that's the case, that's probably how you're going to get your answers.
Well, yes, and I appreciate that. And as a concerned citizen, it's very frustrating when you see the information laid out right before you, and yet the same problem continues to perpetuate itself over and over again. Why that is, I don't know. Are there people within the election system in South Dakota that have a vested interest in maintaining the use of these machines? That's something we can all ponder, for sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Mr. Thompson, you gave me some paperwork and I did a lot of research on it, and I know we've talked about this, so I just kind of, I really need to see some evidence one way or the other on some of these things. When we talked, even on the phone, I kind of refreshed you on what I did this last time during the election cycle. I was up there, I was with Sidney Moeller, watched how they do the processes. I had asked a whole bunch of questions prior to the manila folder you gave, the software that's under investigation. We don't even use any of the softwares that were in that package that are under investigation. And for the best of my overview of the whole process and what I watched and how they verify that they're actually getting an accurate number to verify that there's not an algorithm that's being used, the only errors that I know that happened that I've seen, I mean, I've heard some things, but I haven't seen any data on it, but the only errors that I know that have been seen were all human errors with bad stamping. There's some allegations of individuals changing their registration after the due date and all that kind of after the deadline and things of that nature. Those are all human aspects of it that those areas we can physically see, but all of them have been human errors. The data through the tabulators with the recount showing that there's no change in the actual tally except for us having to remove some of the ballots because they were stamped incorrectly. All the numbers came out right. There was no algorithm that gave a certain number of counts back and forth or however some of the stuff that was laid out in the packages that you handed to me and that we've gone through. So I'm fairly confident, unless you can give me something else that I can sit down and visit with someone, that what we've got going on in Pennington County is pretty fair and solid. And mind you, I'm a voter here. I want to make sure, I mean, I ran for office. I want to make sure that everybody's getting treated right whenever we run. I'm sure every one of us wants to make sure that there's not an algorithm that's going to do different and that the voters' will is actually going to be heard whenever they're voting for us or against us, whichever way it goes. But I'm willing to sit down and kind of go through some of those aspects once again, some of the new stuff if you would like. But what I can tell you is that I've almost everything that I can think of, I've run to the ground. I haven't heard back from South Dakota Canvassing. I don't know why, but I wouldn't mind having those direct conversations to ask and have more of an interactive conversation to find out what it is specifically they're getting at.
Well, and I appreciate that. Much, not to reiterate what I've talked before in the previous thing, but concerning these machines and how they're built and what components are inside them and everything, the only people that really know what's inside these machines are the people that build the machines. And where are the machines built? They're outside the United States. Where the components come from? Most of the components that are in these machines and in the regular computers that you yourselves have got right before you there, they're all made in China, all the components.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. As I said, I don't think there's anything that this commission can do relative to the machines that are used. Those are decisions that are made far beyond this commission level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Florence Thompson.
I have a question for Elevate, and for people who deal with Elevate, which would be you and all of us. And that is, how much is enough?
So Florence, Elevate does not answer to us.
I know.
I think if you have a question
I
for
know.
them, you direct
But
that question to them.
I'm asking a general question because we're all involved in this project, because we're all subject to it. We're all going to be contributing to it, profiting from it, whatever. And we've seen all the data. You know, we went 15% more this per year, 15% more that per year, et cetera, et cetera. My question is the overall question: how much is enough? Are we going to build Rapid City to the sky? What are we going to do? How much is enough? And I think that's a pertinent question.
Okay, it's a question you need to direct to Elevate, though. Thank you. Tanchi Weaver.
Hello again, Commissioners. At the last meeting, there was an item on the agenda, and I did not speak to it, and that was the 4-day week. There were a lot of people that came up and gave their opinions, and I really thought about that a lot after that meeting. I have compassion for the employees that would really prefer a 4-day week of 10-hour days. I have compassion for the public that want to be able to come to the county and have services 5 days out of the week because that's their work week. And also, the fact that there are deadlines and things that if the county's closed, maybe they won't be able to attend. And I have compassion for the administrators, the department heads that have to deal with both sides of that coin. And I thought about what would be a good answer. And I really encourage you, because it hasn't taken effect yet. It was a single vote. I would ask you to reconsider this topic. I think the way that would happen, I'm not sure if Commissioner Hadcock could do it, but I think at least one of the three of you that did vote in the affirmative could also vote to reconsider this item and give the public a chance to make suggestions. So I spent all of the next day going, I printed out a bunch of calendars. I created an entire year schedule of rotating days off. I really think this would be a very popular thing with your employees. I think it'd be great for the public because you could add those extra hours every day and you could still give your employees that 4-day week. And some of you might even be familiar with this. Probably Commissioner Lassiter would be familiar with rotating days off. I spent 38 years in public service in the U.S. Postal Service, and we were open 6 days a week. The military is 24/7, and that's why they have to be a little bit creative with schedules. What I've proposed here, this is the master list. You can see all these different colors, and I'd love the opportunity to sit down and talk with you and not use everybody's time for this. But I I think it's a pretty simple concept. This would be the master list. This is what your supervisor would have. They would look at the day on the calendar and they would know exactly who was showing or who was not going to be in because that's the day off for that color schedule. You will have your red schedule, your brown schedule, your green schedule, the blue schedule, and the yellow schedule. And it's up to you if you would want to make one of those employees a technician that actually cross-trains on the other jobs. And, that's what I was. I was what they called a T6, meaning for every 5 employees, you have a 6th person that works those 5 jobs on those people's day off. So it's up to you or the department heads, I guess, what they would prefer. But you can see that this looks pretty simple. And, let's say, for instance, I'm on the Brown schedule. In January, I would have a 4-day weekend at the end of the month. And the 1st of March, only 5 weeks later, I'd have another 4-day weekend. The beauty of this rotation schedule is that it maximizes your time off and minimizes the amount of leave you have to take for it. Depending on where holidays fall on any given schedule, you can plan your vacations and use less time off to get more days off. On one, I forget which color it was, Thanksgiving week, they could use 2 days leave and get 9 days off. And that's very attractive to employees. It also minimizes your absenteeism because there are some things that people can only do on, say, a Thursday or a Wednesday. And so they can look at their schedule and say, oh, I'll do that this week down the line, and I won't have to take a leave day because my day off falls on that day. And so there's that benefit. It minimizes absenteeism because not that it would ever happen, but somebody might say, well, I need to have a Thursday off next week and I'm off on, I don't have one, so I don't want to take leave, so I'll call in sick or whatever. These things happen, and that would be a very minimal situation that you would have to deal with. Management likes it because their employees are happier with it, for one thing, and they know ahead of time who's going to be showing up for work and who's not because of whatever color schedule it is. You can be very creative with a schedule like this.
So Tanchi, I would suggest unless somebody on the commission wants to collect your information, that you maybe share it with our HR director.
Yeah.
Would that be something, I guess I'm asking the commission if you would you reconsider this item? Because I think that it was kind of it was a hasty decision. I'm not trying to be critical here.
It really
but
wasn't. It was discussed over a several month period of time, and it was worked on by our department heads and HR during that period of time also, so.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
I wasn't here that day. I apologize. I was sick since the following Friday. Just a couple of things. For me, I wouldn't have voted for it. I have walked around. I've been at Menards, Safeway. A couple of people from our employees have came up to me. Some have liked it, some have not. Here's my opinion. We spent how much? 17 million for this building. I can't remember how much. Millions of dollars for this building. If it was my business, this is Deb Hadcock speaking, and I spent that much for a building, I would not have closed it any days of the week. I would have left it open 5 days a week. I would have been respectful to my department heads and my employees. I would have worked with my employees for 4 days or 5-day weeks, depending on who wanted 4 and who wanted 5, and left my departments all open. working with them to make sure every department was open to the public. That was me. To close a building that was that expensive for me would not be conducive for me. That's me. If I owned a building for that price, it would still be open. You're still paying the same expenses. You still have the lights on. You still are spending that kind of money to keep this building open. So why not try to fund it through that and in your employees? That's my opinion. We are for the public. We are here to keep the public happy. We are here to make the employees happy. So we try to find that solution and that balance for them because everybody has a certain workday that they have to be able to have this building open. They paid for it, not us. So me and Tanchi don't agree always on a lot of things, but in this case, this is for the people. This is for also our employees. So I would have tried to find that balance and wouldn't have shut this building and wouldn't still shut this building 1 day a week. I have had a lot of complaints from people. I have had happy employees and unhappy employees. So, like I said, I would try to find that balance and still kept this building open because my costs of my building are a lot. It still has to be open and it still costs me money. And if it was my business, again, that's taxpayers paying it. And I don't usually use that taxpayer money in that sense, but I think there's the department heads, there's 17 of them, and they are very smart, and they know how to do it. They know how to work with their employees, and they have good relationships with their employees to do that. Like I said, childcare, some have that childcare and some do not, and they don't want to work all those long days. They don't want to work those 10 hours, and some do. So work with them, and if you can do that as department heads, do it. And if you can't, do what you got to do. So I'm with Tanchi on some of that. So that's my opinion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
This, public comments and no action will be taken on this, but I would like to see that. Your deal. For your information, I spent 27 years at Marilot, working, rotating 12-hour shifts and so forth, and so I understand rotating shifts. That's why I'd like to take a look at it. But if you can give them, John, he can make copies and put them in our boxes, but I would review it.
I'd appreciate it if you would. Thank you for that. I started this, these are all 2023 calendars too, because it's logical if you're going to go to a new system to do it the first of the year. And like I said,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Oskinek.
So, Conchi, would that be keeping your plan, would that keep the administration building open 5 days a week then?
it would keep it open 5 days a week. You could work the extended hours and still give employees 4 10-hour days.
Because
Yes.
I've been trying to work with the title companies and it just don't work. And I wasn't for this, if we couldn't make the title companies happy, and there's one title company that's not happy, and
Yeah.
I'm afraid what's gonna happen is we'll approve it, and 6 months later, we'll say it ain't gonna work, then it's just gonna be more disruptive than
It would
was
be hard to go
beneficial.
back then, yeah,
So
on the
I'm on the
employees.
fence, but I'm certainly willing to look at your material.
Well, I try to provide a tool. You know, I learned something from Elevate today, that we senior citizens are an asset. So, thank you.
Need a job?
I think I got one.
That's all the speaker request forms I had.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
it seems like I'm always the one that wants to take a break, but our last one was at 10:30. I moved to take another 10-minute break.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to take a 10-minute break. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Move to come out of 10-minute recess.
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carried. Need a motion to go into Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to go into Board of Adjustment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. First item under Board of Adjustment, A.
Cody Sack, environmental planner. Item A is variance VA 22-15. It is to reduce the rear yard setback from 8 feet to 7 feet to bring an existing structure into compliance. The applicant and landowner is Rex and Cheryl Roseland. Location of the property is 4341 Bennett Road. Current zoning is suburban residential district with an existing land use. Access is off Bennett Road and there's no special flood hazard on the property. When reviewing variances, we take a two-pronged approach. For prong number one, whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. The answers are on the screen. I'll read them out loud. Number one, no, the requested setback is 7 feet from the rear yard setback. A setback to the rear yard should have minimal impact on the neighborhood. Number two, no, the neighborhood consists of suburban residential district, which requires an 8-foot setback from the rear lot line for a detached accessory structure. It appears that all structures in the neighborhood meet the required 8-foot setback to the rear property line. Number three, no, the zoning ordinance for suburban residential district requires an 8-foot setback from the property line. The existing garage will be 7 feet from the property line. Number four, no, the future land use of the property is suburban residential district, which requires an 8-foot setback from the rear property line. And number five, no, the requested setback is 7 feet from the rear yard setback. Setback to the rear yard should have minimal impact to safety, health, and general welfare of the public. And for prong number two, whether special conditions exist to grant the variance. Number one, no physical condition exists that would warrant the approval of this variance. There's no topographic constraints that would prevent the garage to be built on the subject property, and it would still allow, then there's other areas on the property for the applicants to construct a garage. Currently on the property, there's a single-family residence, an enclosed porch, and a storage shed. The on-site wastewater treatment systems in the 1 mile septic jurisdiction for the city of Rapid City. This was brought on for any department review. No objections or concerns were received. The applicant stated that a variance is required because the structure is already constructed and it does not meet the required setbacks. The garage was built without a proper building permit. With that, staff is recommending denial of variance VA 22-15 as no special conditions exist. However, if the Board of Adjustment chooses to approve variance VA 22-15, staff would include one condition.
Cody, are the Roselands here?
Yes.
Okay. So show me on that map, are we talking a garage or are we talking a carport?
It's a garage. Sorry, there is a mention of a carport, and there is an existing garage. They built a shed back, I believe it was like 2008, and then they added on to that shed, which has a garage door, which considers a garage, and it's built too close to the property line.
Okay, so show on that map. Show me that.
It's the structure right here to that property line. Yeah.
And what's the dimensions on that?
I'm not sure the dimensions the applicants would.
Come on up.
15 foot, that's 7.
Okay, come on up to the microphone, please.
There's 15 foot of that building that's 7 inches too close to the property line.
Okay, and you are Rex?
Yes.
Okay, Rex.
I guess it's 9 inches too close, so.
Okay, so when was this built?
Pardon?
When was this built?
I'm gonna say probably around 08.
08? It was built without a building permit? Does that?
Well, that was another story. I just mentioned it to my buddies and I came back from my route and they had everything set. So.
Okay, Commissioner Lassiter.
I was going to ask that, who built it? It sounds like you built it.
Yeah, after they got the post test and then we just built.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
You said your family's, is that your sister's property line? You said your sister's property
My
line?
ex.
Is on the, and she agreed that it's okay that.
The two properties is my place and my ex's place.
So you're off 8 feet off your ex's place, and she's agreed that it's okay?
He agreed it was okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
That's the first time we agreed on stuff. I mean, you guys got to agree with us.
Mr. Chair. I'm going to move to approve variance VA 22-07 with one condition,
Second.
because I do feel to try and move it would create a hardship.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to adjourn as Board of Adjustment and reconvene as the Board of Commissioners.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Chairman, on item B, I'll be abstaining.
Okay. Consent agenda.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Tennyson, Assistant Planning Director. Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine planning and zoning items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. The items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda for planning and zoning contains the following item. Agenda item B, preliminary plan 22-35, Computer Acres LLC, Milton Gut Connect, to subdivide and create Track 2 of Computer Acres Edition. And the Planning Commission recommended approval of preliminary plan 2235 with 7 conditions.
Move for approval. Consent agenda.
I've got a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, uncontested hearings. Item C.
Agenda item C is Comprehensive Plan Amendment 2216 to amend Comprehensive Plan and change future land use from Agriculture District to Ranchette District. The applicant is Frankie Baldwin. The property owner is Deborah Ashlock. Their agent is Jeff Howe. Property is located at 15220 225th Street. It is 3.56 acres, currently zoned Agriculture District. Existing land use is residential. Access is off 225th Street, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. When staff considers their recommendation, we do take into account existing land use and future land use within the area. Those are on the screen. Current's on the left, futures on the right. They're both the same. You got the Meade County line to the north and agriculture to the south. We also take into account roads and streets. There is a private driveway via 225th Street and infrastructure. There is a private on-site wastewater treatment system serving the residents on the property. Request was sent out for interdepartmental review. There were no objections or concerns received. Staff's analysis of the request is that the subject property lies within both Meade and Pennington County, 3.56 acres in Pennington County, 2.44 acres in Meade County. The lot lines are currently being reconfigured through the platting process in Meade County. In total, the proposed parcel is 6 acres, which is appropriate for a ranchette zoning district. Approval of this request will allow the planning process to continue. The applicant has also requested to change the parcel zoning designation under rezone 22-22, which is the next agenda item. The request to rezone appears to be in harmony with, or the request to amend the comprehensive plan appears to be in harmony with current zoning and future land use designations in the area, and staff recommends approval of comprehensive plan 2216.
So move to second. Sorry. The motion, I second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item D.
Item D is the follow-up request for rezone 22-22 to change zoning district from agriculture district to ranchette district. Again, the applicant is Frankie Baldwin, the property owner is Deborah Ashlock, and their agent is Jeff Howe. Staff does look at the same criteria for a rezone request as we do for a future land use change. And with that, staff recommends approval of rezone 22-22.
Move to approve rezone RZ 2222.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Seeing none, back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Contested hearings.
Cody Sack, environmental planner. Item E is a request not to submit engineered road construction plans and to waive ordinance 14 standards. The applicant is Kevin Quinn. This was continued from the July 19th, 2022 Planning Commission, as the Board of Commissioners wanted to conduct a site visit to the site. I guess I'm not sure if that happened or not. Any commissioners made it out there.
I never heard about it. Anybody else?
Say, this commission wanted to?
Correct, yes. There was the highway department wanted the engineered plans based on topography, and some of the members of the board wanted to go to the site and see the site for themselves.
I never heard about it.
Mr. Chair,
If
I recall, Cody, I think what I thought there was gonna be some discussion on how they could not build ordinance 14 standards if they put certain mechanisms in place that the county wouldn't be responsible for maintenance of the road. I think that was our concern.
I believe there was some concern with that, but unless I'm mistaken, I thought that it was mainly continued so that the commissioners could go out and see the site and see the drainage, what the highway was talking about. Because highway requested that, I believe at a minimum, that the culverts be sized by an engineer because of the drainage issues.
Sean Smith, Highway Department. Yeah, that was part of the talk. Was they don't want to submit the engineered plans. They submitted, I think, plan to do 20-foot road with 24-inch culverts or whatever was upstream and downstream. The issue we have with this is this being in public right of way on a section line. That is our liability, our responsibility. That roadway, everything. The topography on that is pretty significant elevation change from going across that drainage to tie into the roadway. So that was part of it was continued, I think at the landowner's request as well to meet on site.
I believe so, yes.
I remember that, but I wasn't able to make it out there.
Never heard about it.
You were gone.
And I was out of town, so.
Can we reschedule that? Or is that?
Yes, he could.
So I sorry to interrupt. I don't think it was ever specifically scheduled to go out there. I think some members just wanted to see it. The applicant's not here today, so if the board wants to continue it for 2 weeks, I can get in contact with him and continue it, and we can.
I'll move to continue until the next meeting.
Got a motion to continue in a second. Any public comment? Back to the commission. All in favor of the continuation indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item F.
Item F is road construction in section line right away, CS 22-07. It is to construct 850 feet of a road within a section line right away between sections 25 and 30, Township 1 North, Range 6E, to provide access to a property located in section 30. The applicant and landowner is Richard and Lynn Beasley. Location of the property is approximately 0.38 miles north of the intersection of Norseman Lane and Churn Lake Road. Current zoning is agriculture district and with an existing land use of vacant. Access is off Norseman Lane Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. This was routed around for interdepartmental review. The highway department is not opposed as long as the road is built to ordinance 14 standards and any culverts is installed per ordinance 14. The applicant, Richard Beasley, is requesting to construct a road within the section line right away. The proposed project will meet ordinance 14 standards, and staff finds no significant issues with the applicant's request as it meets ordinance 14 standards. So with that, staff is recommending approval of road construction of section line CS 22-07 with conditions.
Move approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Item
G.
Item G is a request not to submit engineered road construction plans. The applicant, Richard Beasley, is respectfully requesting to waive the requirements to submit engineered road construction plan. However, the proposed road will meet ordinance 14. And again, the highway department is not opposed as long as the road is built to ordinance 14 standards and any culverts are installed per ordinance 14 standards.
Move approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second, so is that part of the conditions? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Any public comment? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item H.
Afternoon again, Commissioners. Jason Tennyson, Assistant Planning Director. Agenda item H is conditional use permit 19-28 to allow recreational vehicle park on the subject property. Applicant is R&J LLC. Their agent is Justin Eisenbraun. He's in the audience if you have any questions for him. Property is located at 13514 South Highway 16. It is 19.42 acres, currently zoned Highway Service District. Existing land use is vacation home rentals and event venue. Access is off Highway 16. There's no special flood hazard area on the property. Last time the board saw this was October 28th of 2019. So I'll just run through the staff report like it's new again as a refresher, if that's all right. So the zoning ordinance lists 7 criteria the board may consider in their review of conditional use permit applications. They're on the screen. I'll read staff's responses. Starting with number 1, no. Allowing this conditional use permit should not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. Number 2, no. The requested use should not have any negative effects on the use and enjoyment of other properties in the neighborhood. There are residential developments that abut RV parks along South Highway 16 to the east of this property. This type of use is consistent with other properties along South Highway 16. Number 3, no. Allowing this conditional use permit should not affect normal orderly development or improvement of any surrounding properties in the area. There are several conditional use permits for RV parks in highway service districts and other areas of Pennington County. Number 4, yes. A water right permit has received final approval from the State Water Board. Mound systems have been constructed at this site as a means of wastewater disposal. Number 5, yes. Ingress and egress will be provided via an existing approach on South Highway 16. The applicant will need to work with South Dakota Department of Transportation regarding any future approach improvements to include acceleration, deceleration lanes. Number 6, yes. The property is zoned Highway Service District. RV parks may be allowed with an approved CUP. And lastly, number 7, yes. Future land use of the subject property is highway service. Allowing this conditional use permit is consistent with the current comprehensive plan view to 2040. Some property history. There was a comprehensive plan amendment that was approved on May 21st, 2019, rezoned that same day to highway service. There was a conditional use permit that was approved in October of last year by the Planning Commission to allow for an event venue. There have been 2 variances approved looks like it's to reduce required setback from 25 feet to 0 feet for a proposed sign. There was another variance on that same day to exceed the maximum display area of an on-premise sign. That motion did fail by the board. There are 2 sign permits on the property, stormwater permit, building permits for 19 cabins, as well as an event venue, a gate sign structure, pole and metal gate, and 2 temporary sheds. Ordinance violation that was closed June 28th of 2021, and there is an on-site wastewater treatment system in the form of a mound system. The request was sent for interdepartmental review. Department of Transportation stated that they had no issues with the reduction in RV spots. They did have a previous comment stating that they have been working with the landowner on the proposed development and it does not meet warrants for turn lanes. However, the landowner is aware that if warrants are met in the future, he will be required to install the appropriate turning lanes. County Addressing also did respond stating that each RV spot must have a unique spot number posted on the interior roadways to assist emergency service response, and this is included as a condition of approval. County Environmental Planner did state that there is an approved on-site wastewater treatment system and that according to the design, Report submitted with the on-site wastewater treatment system application. There are 32 future RV sites that were accounted for in the design. Staff did also review section 306 of the zoning ordinance, which pertains to RV parks, and found that the proposed RV park does meet those. Staff's analysis of the request is that on September 23rd of 2019, the applicant Justin Eisenbrown applied for a conditional use permit to allow a campground on the subject property to include RV hookups, cabin rentals, a pool, an office, laundry facility, and additional outbuildings in a highway service district. October 28th of that same year, the Planning Commission continued conditional use permit 1928 indefinitely until such time the applicant works with staff to obtain the water and on-site wastewater treatment systems from the Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources. That request was heard again on August 10th of 2020, where the Planning Commission continued conditional use permit 1928 until profile holes were completed and approved and final approval was obtained for the requested water right. Since then, the water right permit has received final approval from the state. Subject property has a valid on-site wastewater treatment system approved by the Department of Ag and Natural Resources, and all requirements of section 306 appear to be met. Specifically for this request, cabin rentals, pools, offices, laundry facilities, and additional outbuildings are all uses allowed by right in a highway service district, so they were removed from this request. October 21st of last year, the Planning Commission approved conditional use permit 2161 to allow an event center on the subject property. The applicant for this request is modifying the original request to reduce the amount of RV sites from 85 to 30. So this on the screen is the original site plan that he had submitted for all of these RV sites for all 85. He's since modified that. Apologize for the sketch, but Highway 16 is here, so this kind of lines up with this original proposal with Highway 16. You can see he has reduced the amount of RV sites. These are cabin sites up here. So he is looking for 30 sites today with this request, and with that, staff recommends approval of conditional use permit 1928 with conditions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I just wanted to comment. I'm glad you brought that up because it is reducing the back. At the Planning Commission, we had two concerned citizens. I'm sure we remember who they were back there. And one of their requests was to have a water meter on it because of the concerns with the water. And Mr. Eisenbrown, part of the state's requirement was that they have a water meter so they can see how much they're actually using. I think from the original plans to what they have now, they reduced it to 50. There's a bigger buffer zone now between there and the residents. So I just wanted to pass that on from the Planning Commission, that that's why they voted for approval. When we heard testimony, and it is a reduced plan from what we had. And I think we accommodated one of the requests from the residents in the back with the water, with the meter.
So the water is going to be metered?
Yeah, there's going to be a meter on it so they know how much they actually use.
Who does that have to be reported to?
Wasn't it, Mr. Eisenbrown, it was a requirement from the state that you have it? Yeah.
Yep.
DNR.
I'll move approval.
So you have to, so do you have to submit reports to them for the metering, or how does that work then? Why don't you come on up?
Anything over 25.
Justin Eisenbrown with R&J LLC. Yeah, every year we'll have to submit our annual usage of our water, and we'll have to be tested monthly by a class 1 water.
Yep, anything over 25 a year.
So,
okay,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskin.
So Justin, you're just gonna have one water source, one well?
we have 2 wells drilled.
So will each one of those wells have to have a meter?
No, they will be pumped into both wells will go into a storage tank and it will be metered out of the storage tank.
But eventually there'll just be one source, so that meter will capture.
Yeah, they'll be
everything.
captured off of one source.
Okay. Yeah. And who reads that, and when do they read it?
We are responsible for reading it and turning it into the state. But there will be a class 1 water, I don't know,
Water operator.
Water operator.
They'll take
that will come out monthly to inspect.
I just took my sample in the day, take the mid-continent. If you don't have bacteria, you're good to go.
Okay. Justin, the only other thing I had is, and probably all the commission got it, from apparently an unhappy neighbor saying you tore up her lawn.
Yes, I did talk to her, and that was on a right of way. It was on a section line right of way, and that's the only way I could build the fence to separate the property. I put in a 4.5-foot fence was to come across her lawn on part of it because the trees wouldn't allow it from my side.
Okay, and she's happy with it at this point, or?
Yeah, it all regrew. And that's
okay.
So, Mr. Chair, so Justin, and also, Highway 16's really been a problem, down by Reptile Gardens, Neck Yoke. And so I assume you're working with Mike Carlson or somebody with South Dakota DOT.
Mike and Stacy.
They're going to start, I don't know, 2 to 3 years, they're going to start redoing that whole Rockaville area. And have they discussed a turning lane or a de-acceleration lane or?
No. With the size of it, they said we won't need a de-acceleration lane or a turning lane.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
Move it approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Any other public comment? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Item I.
Agenda item I is conditional use permit 2230 to allow recreational vehicle park on the subject property. The board did hear this as a consent agenda item at the last meeting. I'll run through the entire presentation here. The applicant is Larson Recreational Properties LLC. Agent is Pascal Perot, and Rand Larson is one of the owners. He's in the audience if you have any questions for him. Property is located adjacent to his other property, 24184 Highway 385. It is currently 12.71 acres. Zoned Highway Service District. It is vacant. Access is off Highway 385, and it does contain 100-year and floodway. So the zoning ordinance lists 7 criteria that the board may consider in their review of conditional use permit applications. I'll read them starting with number 1 and staff's responses. Number 1 is no, allowing the conditional use permit should not be detrimental or endanger public health, safety, or general welfare. Conditions of approval have been included to address RVs parked within the special flood hazard area and the floodway. Number 2, no, the requested use should not have any negative effects on the use and enjoyment of other properties in the neighborhood. Number 3, no, allowing this conditional use permit should not affect normal orderly development or improvement of any surrounding property in the area. Number 4, yes, property is currently vacant of any structures or utilities. Private well and cistern will be the source of water. An on-site wastewater treatment system will serve the RV park. Number 5, yes, ingress access will be provided via an existing approach on an adjacent parcel located at 24184 Highway 385. Egress is to be provided via a proposed approach on the subject property. The applicant will need to work with the South Dakota Department of Transportation for approval of this egress approach. Number 6, yes, the property is zoned Highway Service District. RV parks may be allowed with an approved conditional use permit. And lastly, number 7, yes, the future land use of the subject property is highway services. Allowing this conditional use permit is consistent with the current comprehensive plan view to 2040. Property history, it is vacant of any structures or utilities. They are currently working to put in utilities, at least water at this point. They do have a floodplain development permit for minor grading and construction of a gravel RV parking pad and gravel driveways. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. The county floodplain manager did include 5 different conditions of approval that are included in staff's recommendation. South Dakota Department of Transportation also commented stating that this section of US 385 is classified as rural with minimum spacing of 1,000 feet between access points. South Dakota Department of Transportation has concerns with proposed exit onto US 385 and will reach out to the applicant. And this is included as a condition of approval as well. Staff did review Pennington County Zoning Ordinance Section 306 and found that the applicant's proposal does meet those requirements. Staff's analysis of the request is that the applicant is proposing an RV park to be constructed in 3 phases. And you can see here on the screen the different phases. The red is outlined in phase 1, and that will include 24 parking spots with utility hookups. Phase 2 will include an additional 23 RV parking spots with utility hookups, and that phase 2 is outlined or is in green. Phase 3 will include constructing a pool, laundry facility, and a bathroom/shower house, and that's down here in blue. The pool, laundry facility, bathroom/shower house, and 36 of the RV sites will be located within the boundaries of the FEMA designated special flood hazard area at floodway. Floodplain development and building permits will be required for these structures. Conditions of approval provided by the county floodplain manager have been included to address RV parking requirements in these areas. The applicant's plan includes utilizing an egress-only approach off of the subject properties onto Highway 385. Again, South Dakota Department of Transportation has expressed concerns about this plan that will need to be resolved prior to operation. Staff did notify the applicant's agent about concerns with a single point of ingress and egress from this proposed site plan that they did submit. They subsequently did add another means of egress for these RV parking spots nearest the floodway. And with that, staff recommends approval of conditional use permit 2230. The Planning Commission did approve this at their last meeting last week. They did modify some of the conditions of approval. If you'd like me to go through those, I can do that, but they were included in your packet.
Chairman.
Oh. Commissioner Adcock.
So Jason and I went and visited with Lars and his staff. Mr. Lars has a beautiful place. Mr. Lars was very cordial. He told us about his fire and flood evacuation plan. Had some concerns right away about the FEMA study and the box culvert. Called Jason and had talked to Mr. Lars about some of the FEMA plan. Wasn't really on board at first. Then called Joe and Sean about the culvert and the FEMA study. Jason also talked to Lars and the engineer for Mr. Lars, and Mr. Lars and his engineer were right after talking to Joe and Sean about the culvert that was going to be put in with the FEMA study. Joe, our highway department superintendent, and Sean, our engineer, agreed also with Jason about that would work with the FEMA study, because for some reason the COLAR and the LOMAR, which I had learned, didn't need to be done. For me, all that made a huge difference, and why I'm saying all that is because safety first for me on his campground made a huge difference. So that being said, and not that he had to satisfy me, but Mr. Lars was very cordial and very kind, and he wanted safety first. So that being said, he was doing it the right way. Mr. Lars was, and his evacuation plan for fire, flood, and his culvert was exceptional. So I thank Mr. Lars for doing everything he was supposed to do and working with Jason and our planning department and our highway department. I thought it was pretty awesome of everything he's done, plus his, like I said, his place. If you went out there at the Crooked Creek campground, as me and Jason thought, it was pretty awesome. So thank you for your time, Mr. Lars, and for me, it was a definite yes.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Move to approve conditional use permit CU 22-30 with 24 conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
First of all, I think this passed the planning commission with 2 nay votes on it, and that had to do with pretty much flood, but it came back to the planning commission, and there was great discussion. He gave a great presentation on the evacuation plan. He agreed to change it from not only flood, but to fire and make it into that. But my question is, now that I read it through, the condition part, one of the discussions we had with the culvert is, I said box culvert, like you did, and it's in here as box culvert. But I thought we had agreed that, we really don't know what he needs until, you remember the discussion? Because I thought we were gonna let the planning department and you guys decide what type of culvert that had to be.
Just identify yourself for the record.
Rand Larson. Most people call me Lars. I heard my official name, so I'll give you both. The existing property has a culvert that in 2019, one was completely impacted with dirt. So when it flooded in 19, you had one impacted completely, and the other one quickly, it was a 24-inch culvert, filled up with material floating down the creek. We did not own it at that time, so the current owner, or the pre-owner to us, redid the culvert. And we have employed Elmer Claycomb is probably one of the most knowledgeable people about floods in the state of South Dakota, and I think Jason would tell you that. So we are having him look at what impact we can do now, and if it turns out on the existing property that a box culvert would keep me from losing stuff, I'm certainly wanting to do it. So I think to me that mitigates it greatly. But after you vote, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make a quick comment after the vote, so if that's okay.
I just wanted to clarify this. I think bringing it up and having this discussion, staff's clear on what's gonna happen now is, you're gonna have those discussions. We have it down as box culvert, but it could be whatever's kind of what's gonna work.
Right, whatever the engineer comes back with, if it's not a
Exact
box
engineer.
culvert, then I think we can allow some flexibility
Okay.
with that.
That's all I wanted to express.
Lloyd, clarify, you said that you had 2 negative votes, that was relative to the?
The reason why, because of the being in the floodplain and the history of the flood, they pretty much were gonna vote, they were no because floodplain, and they weren't gonna change it.
Mr.
I mean,
Chair.
nothing against the project, but it's, for some people, it's anything in the floodplains, I know.
Okay, Commissioner Oskonek.
Mr. Chair, I may add that I think that there was a great hesitancy on the commission until we came forth with things we weren't asked for, that showed that we were willing to work with the county to develop something that was safe, and I think that turned the commission.
A few, yeah, I think it changed.
Commissioner Oskonek.
I know some of them had a concern with the creek being so close, but then, you don't want to go camping in a parking lot. You want to be on a creek. And as they mentioned during that meeting, there's always an element of risk. The minute we leave here, we could get hit by a car. So people have to sit there and make that judgment call. Do I want to go camping? Look at the weather forecast. I don't think you can use the Rapid City flood as a parallel to everything that happens in the Black Hills.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I did bring up, technology is a lot different now than it was in 1972, and we do have better forecasting and so forth. But it was a good discussion, and Planning Commission felt heard.
Any public comment? Seeing none, back to the commission. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Larson.
From this discussion, because of, I think Commissioner Hadcock, some really important things came to the surface. And as somebody that represents the tourism industry and the campground industry, my whole goal is excellence in anything that I've ever undertaken. And to me, there should be a fire and flood evacuation plan required by every campground. I just think it makes sense. And so I have volunteered, if the county has an ad hoc committee, I would help. I think it makes it safer. I think anytime that there's a problem in a campground, we all get blamed. It's just like with the UTVs, you get a few bad people out there and it affects, and I think there's ways to do it. So I do want to say, I'm simply amazed that within 48 hours after the phone call, I had 2 commissioners out in the property and the assistant planning director. You don't get that kind of response in 90% of this country. So I was absolutely amazed. And I did not take the concerns personally. I think they were good concerns. So I'm very pleased in dealing with Pennington County. I think it should be noted, not only the quality of the department, the Planning Commission, but the members of this board. They were very accessible. They listened. They just didn't have this preconceived notion. They listened. In fact, I did not realize at the time that Commissioner LaCroix was county commissioner. But he said, you could adopt this evacuation for flood to fire. And to be real candid with you, I'm far more concerned about fires. When you think about something so simple as most people that have motorhomes only use them maybe 4 weeks a year. So you've got something that, squirrels and mice are eating up the wires and they go 8 to 10 hours, come to our place. There are a fair amount of once they sit, things are hot, they get on fire. I'm much more concerned about the fire, but this whole discussion, I think, puts Pennington County in a leadership position to do some things to make camping even safer. And so from that, I really do want to thank the commission. And I mentioned at the last meeting, I think if I can, I would say that Deb Hadcock is a no BS person. Just show it to me, prove it to me. And she was a woman of her word. She said, I have problems here, but you prove it to me and I'll take another look at it. So I really do appreciate the vote. I appreciate the quality of the commissioners, really seriously, very earnestly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And appreciate you stepping forward and offering yourself for.
I will. I'll hold to that.
Let's see, I think we're done with that item. Item 20 is the letter of concern to Black Hills National Forest Supervisor's Office regarding the Jenny Gulch Gold Exploration Drilling Project. This was part of the discussion that came out of the last meeting and other discussions relative to the hard rock ordinance. And I think part of what we did here was especially concerned in that Jenny Gulch area of the sensitivity of that area with the main water supply being very close by coming through that area and so forth. And so there is a letter out there which I would ask that you approve and authorize me to sign to the Forest Service, asking them to basically give special concern to that area.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
In my district, I follow the Rapid City Council meetings, and they're being asked to write a letter of opposition. And I like the letter of concern. It's because it is concerning. It's not so abrasive as an opposition, but it's letting us know that we're concerned about the citizens, their property values, and the water quality for Rapid City and Ellsworth.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Just a food for thought. They were supposed to be submitted in December, so they are not taking any more comments on these. That's why Lilia's Jardine also posted that the comments are null and void at this point. If you want to put them in there, you still can, but they're not taking any more comments as of December of last year.
We really aren't making comments relative to that. What we're doing is asking them to give special consideration when they're looking in the future at the Jenny Gulch area.
I guess that's what I'm saying, but.
Yeah, but I don't think it applies to, necessarily has to apply to the comment period. I think we can offer our suggestions, recommendations to them.
We also are doing the hard rock mining at this point, and we really haven't made any stuff on any of the exploration or the drilling or anything else. I'm not opposed or against on this. I don't know if doing exploration hurts anything. It's the part when they start the drilling. So I don't know if I'm opposed or against.
Exploration is done in order to try to find something that can be drilled, so it leads to it. So,
Mr. Chair, yeah, drilling is the first step of mining.
Exploration is just water.
Exploration drilling is still looking for the gold. Did they find the gold? They go to somebody that's got the capital to take it to the next step. So you want to do that in the Black Hills, knock yourself out, but not in district, or not in my district, and not in Jenny Gulch area especially.
So you shouldn't do a hard rock mining ordinance then, I guess.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I think the whole intent of this letter was to voice a little bit of our concern. We know we were outside the public hearing part, but we just wanted to have our voices concerned. It's not a real restrictive letter. Not as like the city did. I watched their testimony last night. There's a way different from ours, and they had a lot of opposition on theirs. I think this is just a letter saying, we know our watershed's precious. We just want to know it's on our radar too.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to authorize the chair's signature to the letter expressing concerns regarding the Jenny Gulch Gold Exploration Drilling Project.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Further discussion. Public comment. Any further discussion by the commission? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
4-1.
And I don't mean that rudely, Chair. I appreciate the letter, but I just think on the watershed, I agree with you, and the exploration is not going to hurt a watershed.
Item number 21, items from the chair and commission members. Commissioner Lasser.
Well, I was out of town most of the time during the last 2 weeks, so the only thing I've got is my community health board overview, if you want to hear that now.
If you want to do it, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So Lloyd was there with me too. He left a little early, but there was nothing majorly discussed there. Primarily was policies and procedures and some of the stuff moving forward. They're actually working towards their rebranding, and they're working on a new name so that it comes out of community health to some other new name. So they're working through that process. Other than that, can you think of anything that was a big topic? That I don't remember anything being a big topic that evening.
No, they're still doing some design work on catching records and data and that type of stuff.
So we're doing both the committee reports and the items from commission members at the same time. So Commissioner LaCroix.
I got a lot, but I don't know how to put it. First of all, a different meeting I went to was the HRC immersion program we went to. That was to do the Rapid City one. The first meeting was Thursday of last week. And we have approximately about 30 people who are going to play part in that. That's a 4-part meeting where we did our talking and met everybody. And then our next one is the on-site visits. And then after that, we'll get together and we'll have discussions of what we learned and so forth. And then there's a movie part. And so it's a pretty long deal. But that's that immersion about place with the Milus on. Jeez, I'm losing my voice. Travis mentioned the community health board meeting that we had, and I also attended Youth and Family Services Board recognition meeting. That was the first time we've been in person for over 2 years, I think, for that meeting. So that was good. The other part of my last 2 weeks was the national conference to NACO in Aurora. Some of the notes that I took was attended the RAC, the Rural Action Caucus meeting. That's the one for maintaining the funding to help with the PILT, the payments in lieu of taxes. They reported that they were able to get the work done, and we're going to get our full amount, or the full amount was approved from the feds last year for this year, or for next year. They also talked about the farm bill. They got support for that. There were several work sessions that, besides the RAC meeting that I went to, we went to the JD MacArthur luncheon, me and Mr. Drew. That was very good. I was listening to other states, what they've done and what's going on. And so that was good. I attended another Income for Life. That was interesting. That was an insurance. Some of the insurances are changing in different counties. You know, we're under a state retirement plan, but there are other plans out there. The Income for Life. What that is I'm not an insurance agent, so don't quote me on. but you know, there's a dead stop. You know, you put into it an example. The example stuck in my head. You know, at 65. If you had $440,000 into your retirement, you could draw out $22,000 a year for life, and if something happened to you, it'd go to your spouse or something, and the money that was left could end up get distributed to your family. There was also stuff that they were talking about that would be you could draw it out prior to that if an emergency happened. You know, I think with the state retirement, it's locked. But this is a different option other counties are using. A couple other have used, and they're having success with those other counties with it. So that was very interesting. I also went into another one on employees and so forth. I can't remember the name of it offhand, but I printed out something I thought was really neat. I'll show Deb and you guys in one of the meetings. It talked about employers are asking what does it mean to be an employer of choice. And this pyramid pretty much says it. You know, the first concern at the base part of the pyramid is provide for me first, which is your income. The second part is your career path and developing and coaching type thing. And the top tier is heart, which is personal alignment and community. And that's about they care about me, believe in me. It's kind of hard to explain. Pictures, if you're like me, I like pictures. So I'll pass that on. Another one of the things when I go to these conferences is I forward the information on right away. I forwarded on some to Ron on some numbers that they came up with for the states as far as housing and so forth. And I forwarded on several ones to John on the HR stuff to look up so he could check on that. So I think that's one of the advantages of these conferences. The other meetings that we attended was the Midwest, or is it Midwest? They call it section.
Western.
Midwestern.
No, just West, I think.
Just the Western, yeah. You know, and a lot of the legislative work that NACO does for us, I think we don't realize. You know, they gave us a complete update during that meeting. And that was when I had asked our director for the state, who'd we send to Washington? Because, you know, they lobby for us and what we need. And, you know, and like they said, you know, one of the people said, if you're not at the table, you're on the plate. You know, if you're not making these connections with these people in these conferences and being able to express what you want with the Forest Service or other things, then, you know, we're on the plate. We're going to get left out. You know, we're taken out. So I think as far as our end of the state, we don't have any. I don't know if Randy's gotten on any committees yet or not, but yeah, it's kind of hard. We're new to this whole thing right now. So, but there wasn't an election for the second vice presidents, but there is some good movement going on. I think City Heidenberg's a member of some of the committees that are out there, but that's one of the things I think most of these conferences is it's getting our voice out there, seeing what other people are doing, and be able to uh, bring it back, or at least have our expressions uh, expressed to our congressional delegates and so forth. So
Anything else, Lloyd?
I think, what else did I have? I did planning commission. Building committee meeting we had was a long one, it was a report. Um, you know, Ronald gives some updates, but pretty much we're still looking at different options and nothing set in stone. You know, the lowest number possibilities is, you know, I think you guys got the minutes, but I mean, we're just looking. You know, there's nothing set in stone. There were some different options brought up. Nothing set. We're going to do a site visit of one property just to kind of look around, but nothing set in stone. But we are going to need bond. So, I mean, that was why the presentation was here today. So once we get those narrowed down, the group gets it narrowed down in discussion. There's been no discussion of a jail across the street. A parking ramp maybe, but not a.
Well, it was, I'll tell you afterwards, but it was a significant person from the Elevate, that wasn't Tom, but that called me and said, you know, we heard you guys are building adding on to the jail at the bank over there, and I'm like, what? I can guarantee you, unless somebody's doing something crazy, but no, we're adding on to the jail, but it's infrastructure and stuff underneath the jail and that kind of thing, but there's no way we'd put a jail, adding on to the jail right there. It wouldn't be conducive to Pennington County.
No.
So we might put a treasurer's office or something like that over there, auditors, but we're not putting a jail over there.
I think we can safely say we're exploring everything around here, but not for jail. It's for, what is it, Rob? We're talking about we could possibly partner with the city with a parking ramp and some other stuff across the
And
street.
stuff like that.
But we need to kind of look everything around here. Nothing was in those discussions, you know.
Yeah.
I think we all know that, the jail's filling up and we're moving people out. So I think the committee's also looking at a possible off-site location, which, that's been no secret. That was Kevin.
Prairie Edge is open, or Prairie Market, Prairie Edge.
So I'll leave it at that. Ron gives a lot
There's a
better report than I
big
do.
part over there, you can make a big
Yeah.
parking lot for once.
Mr. Adcock.
Oh, I'm up. Let's see, Pennington County Housing. We had some discussion, we're putting a new elevator in our white building over there. And so we had to end up putting a chairlift. Otherwise, we're gonna have, our CEO Brian and Jonathan chairlifting or lifting our residents from first floor and second floor. It was a joke, but, so they did a chairlift, and it was a decision to leave the chairlift in afterwards, after we did the, elevator, because we didn't have two elevators. So it made sense, and actually, it was a good idea, because maybe we do it at the Rose, because we don't have it, an elevator at the Rose, so we could do a chairlift. Made sense?
Is that concern we got?
Yes, from the lady.
Yeah, okay.
I answered it, and then Ron ended up answering her.
Great.
But I had answered her before Joan had called me, and then I think Ron ended, it was in his district, answered her too, but I had answered her. So, Brian's very good at finding solutions, so that next morning, he had already called me about, we're doing a chairlift, Debbie, and I said, you're not gonna lift them up, you and Jonathan, every day, so, just a really good group. Ended up, got chair and vice chair, Jermaine, Little Bear is vice chair. By the way, she just lost her son, not last night, night before, 51 years old, kind of sad, he had diabetes, so, really sad thing. What else is there? Joe Gutierrez, talking about National Association, he is running for president. So we'll find out this week if he got president of National Association. That's pretty exciting.
National Association of,
for his JSC.
for
Remember, he
June.
joined that.
Okay.
So he's running for president, and it's really cool. And I don't know if you guys did that when you guys ran. I never seen it. He put those little things that so you could, what do you call them, on your, where you could just put your phone on it and
Oh, the scan code, yeah.
yeah. I've never seen. Did you guys put those when you guys run?
QR codes.
QR codes, yeah.
QR codes. Do you put those guys when you guys run? And they could just put their phone on there and they could look up his video and what he's about. That was the most amazing thing. I was like, where'd you learn that from? So that was really cool on his little postcard. So I thought that was a really cool idea. Anyway, I saw his postcard and I thought, that's pretty cool. Anyway, he's running for that. And I thought, well, I got to tell the commission because they're on their little thing that they're doing for NACO. So national thing. So we have a guy that's running for president. So, and he's amazing at what he does at JSC and he's very innovative. So I thought that was really cool. Went on a tour with Charles Maude. He showed me where the fire station's going to be and how long that took just to do surveys and stuff. It was just crazy, and how their community's helping. Went out there and saw a vet. His name is Nate and his wife. They're doing a campground or something out there for vets, and he's doing this little grain bin or whatever where he's going to serve beer or whatever for. He got approved by us.
Out by Quinn?
What's that?
Out by Quinn?
Out by Scenic.
Oh, okay.
So that was pretty cool. And then Jerry Durr's going to go out there and look at his land, and he's going to help with vets and do some cool stuff. But Charles Maude, that's why I told Travis, took me on Bear Creek, and Sage Creek Road is one of those things that's like Ron had on his one of his Rochford, where they're going to do that base stabilization on Sage Creek.
Sage Creek, yeah.
And that road was horrible. Okay, I've been on a lot of roads that, and the gravel roads, that had a lot of washboards.
You haven't been on Mystic.
Okay. Well, this was horrible because it had washboards all the way, and then it had this like cement looking stuff, and it jerked you like this, and you're just jerking the whole way. It was like cement, but it had jerk like dips. I don't know, what was it called? Sean, you probably know. Anyway, and so I was like, I didn't see that on any of those wall roads or anything. And then Charles took me like this big circle over by the res. Okay, so there's a road going to the res, and he goes, look, the reservation roads are better than the road. I don't know what road that is. And so you just went, la, 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 la. And so it like bounced in the whole way. And then we took this other right, and that wasn't too bad. It was the scenic roads. Those are pretty good. So that, I didn't get home till like 3 o'clock. I went about 9 o'clock. So, but I forgot the lady's name, Alexis or something. She was very kind. And then Charles Maude was helping the vet, and the scenic was helping the vet, Nate. So that was kind of cool. Getting schooled up in wall and scenic and everything on roads. So Travis's district, but I've been telling Travis all about it. What else is going on? Guys, I haven't been making poor Scott Guffey's meetings on Wednesday. I won't make it tomorrow. My niece is leaving. If anybody wants to go to poor Mr. Guffey, but he's got it down on Wednesdays. My niece is leaving for Washington State. She graduated with her master's. She's going to work at a naval base out there. I'm going to spend the day with her tomorrow, so I won't be going to Mr. Guffey's meeting. But anyway, so I won't be reporting on that again. So other than that, I think that's about it. And then Mr. Lars went to his. I'd encourage everybody that I don't stay in my district, and I don't claim my district. I'd say to go to everybody's district and help everybody in everybody's district, guys, and don't stay in your own district. It's very helpful to see everybody's district. I've never stayed in one district, and then report in everybody's district, because you'll see that, as you see from Mr. Lars, or even in Travis's or Lloyd's or whatever district, people like to see all the commissioners. They just don't want to see that commissioner. They enjoy that. They like seeing us, guys. So just food for thought, as you see. They really like seeing us. They like seeing Ron and Wall. They like seeing Lloyd and.
I'll disagree with you on that. Right? You second that?
They do. They like seeing you. So they think it's, as you see, they think it's pretty cool. So I
Guess
don't
it
know.
depends on who
Just
you are.
my thought. So
Commissioner Roskinek.
Well, for what that's worth, Gary and I did offer to do a whole day trip in that wall area. It just turned out the timing only gave us enough time to do the roads that we looked at, the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit today. And when Joe says the Mystic Road is probably worse than anything around Wall, I think he really meant it, because my back will probably never be the same.
I'm gonna stick to the sage.
That or the shocks on that highway truck needs to be fixed. Lloyd and I had a TIF meeting that got canceled, and I'm glad I texted Lloyd about 6 o'clock because it starts at 7. I said, Lloyd, I didn't get an agenda, and he said, well, the meeting's been canceled. I darn it made a trip to Rapid for nothing.
That's pretty early morning. That's a 7 o'clock in the
So
morning.
thanks for responding so quickly. But I did drive the Rochford Road yesterday from 385. And I'm not sure if you guys are completely done, but that's one heck of a road now. Is that completely done? Completely mag-watered?
Yeah, it should be mag-watered and everything. Yep.
Then scheduled for chip sealing next year?
Hopefully.
Okay. Well, anyhow, I'm not going the Mystic Road no more. If you're going to go to Rochford, go to Deadwood and down, or do the Sugar Shack to Rochford. I met with Bruce Ellison and Rebecca Kirk at my office in Hill City relative to the F3 and our position on that. And I told them that I'd try to set up a meeting because they had questions I obviously couldn't answer. So Gary and I are going to meet with them and State's Attorney's Office this coming Monday at 10 o'clock. So I told them to get me the questions. I said, if you give me 5 or 10 questions, I can give them to our planning department so that they can sit there and have answers. So don't want this to be any longer than an hour, but get right down to the nitty gritty. When I look at Bruce and Rebecca, they're just landowners that have land on Rapid Creek. And I look at some of these on the other side, you know, these guys are making money. I mean, it's for profit. And I mean, I'm all for profit, but not at the expense of landowners if there's a chance of something going south with the water supply. So the building committee, they gave us the 4 options, and I mean, they're all probably north of $1 million or $100 million. And I thought the guy thought we were going to get a checkbook out and buy the NAU building that day, because that's all he talked about. You need that NAU building. You could put the jail there, and that's $10 million, or about $100 a square foot. Well, the $100 a square foot really makes, how many square feet was that? 250? It's a big facility. But tomorrow, me and Mike Cool, we're going to meet with Doyle Estes that is building South Dakota Social Services, just to take a look at it.
For what?
Just take a look at what's available relative to office space.
That's at Campbell and.
Yep, right on that corner by Kmart.
Yeah, if we need 35,000 to 40,000 square feet, that building's 38,500 square feet on 3 acres.
What are we gonna use it for?
What's that?
What are we gonna use it for?
If we have to expand for needs assessment.
For us?
Well, we're looking at the Great Western Bank, which is about the same size. We're just looking at all the options, but what I like about it, it's about $70 a square foot for the land and building.
Why don't you go to like Prairie Market or somewhere close?
Well, I already brought that up. I said we ought to buy everything there in Nash Finch, and it's all on the floodplain. you can't build, you can't put prisoners overnight in a floodplain. So
Prairie Market areas?
that all got, I was right, I thought that'd be a good spot to do it, but, that got scratched when we got to talking about the floodplain.
Yeah,
What? What?
yeah, that's all in the floodplain.
Prairie Market, and then there's a little,
If it's floodplain, you can build it up to elevation, right? 1 foot above
1 foot
elevation,
above.
you can build it up.
all I know is that it didn't seem to go over very good when I brought that idea up, so.
Well, it's close.
Just looking at options that would be somewhat affordable. And, when you sit there and look at, if we decided to build another building, you'd have to get the land. And then once you get the land acquisition, then you got to build the building. If you build a building new, you're $250, $300 a square foot. I don't know what Doyle has, but I'll take a look at it tomorrow for $72 a square foot, 3 acres and a 38,500 square foot building, just to see what it looks like.
Don't mean to interrupt, but I think some of this discussion needs to be executive session.
And then on the elevator, I got a letter of a lady that her mom's on the 3rd floor of the Memorial Park. So I drove over to Memorial Park and I went inside and I took photos of the elevator, because what I wanted to know is why would it take 4 to 6 weeks they call it modernize an elevator. And so I went over to Brian's office at our administration office, and Brian actually gave me the quote. One of 3 that he's going to get. He hasn't got the other 2. And it said 4 to 6 weeks. And then I got on YouTube and I put 2,500 pound Dover elevator modernization. It's pretty complex. And, but then he mentioned the chairlift, but I didn't know, have they done that then?
I didn't ask him yet, but they said it wouldn't take long to put a chairlift in.
Because they said they're going to look for a local contractor.
Yep.
But I learned a lot about elevators, and if you're ever going to build a building like that, for crying out loud, put 2 elevators in there, because
Yep.
You know it's going
it's
to
just
go
the
down.
hardship that these people have walking downstairs when.
They can't.
But see, that was Pennington County Housing Building, correct? Okay, the letter was,
That's crazy. Never even thought about it.
So anyhow, that's pretty much for me, Gary. Or Commissioner Drews.
Okay, the one thing I've got was also, as Lloyd reported on the National Association of County Association, from Thursday through Sunday, I attended that in Aurora, Colorado. There's 18 of us from South Dakota in attendance. 12 of us were qualified voters. Lloyd and I attended that MacArthur Foundation luncheon, which he mentioned, which included roundtable discussions. And of course, we've participated in diversion programs to provide treatment and education to those that would otherwise become part of our jail population. Holly and I participated in the opioid litigation workshop and learned there are some counties, specifically in Colorado and North Carolina, that said that they know how much they're receiving through their state's litigation. Now, this isn't the county litigation that we had. This is through their state litigation. And so I'm thinking that maybe we need to make contact with our Attorney General and ask him if that's been determined in South Dakota too, so that we have, this is a payout over an 18-year period of time, but it's something that we could start looking at as far as budgeting for those purposes, for Care Campus, for the Crisis Stabilization Center and so forth. So I think we'll follow up on that. I also, I did a gravel roads tour designed to treat roads for dust abatement, Sean. And Adams County in Colorado does have dust control standards because of their location being basically, some parts of major areas. So dust control standards are a big deal down there. And so what they showed us was roadways that have an average daily traffic of 200 vehicles or greater, visited some roads treated simply with mag chloride, which they said they hope to get 2 or 3 months out of. Is that about? I don't know what, I mean, what they told us was they have at least 200 vehicle count. They couldn't tell me anything more than that. They couldn't tell me if, what the maximum was, or if it was truck traffic or whatever. I think it's mostly vehicles, personal vehicles is what that traffic is. And then they took us to a polymer chemical treatment area, and they're doing 74 miles a year of this polymer chemical, which they said is just very labor intensive. Puts about, you cut a core out probably an inch thick of that polymer. Really, by standing on the surface, you don't see a whole lot of difference between the mag chloride and the polymer on it. But they said they hope to get about 2 years out of the polymer on it. And, but very labor intensive. And I asked them, what happens when that starts wearing out? Do it again. Or they said possibly chip seal some of that too. They have 1,665 miles of gravel in that county, and basically all of the gravel roads need to have some sort of dust abatement on it. So they're spending some money on that. Holly and I also attended a mental health workshop put on by the National Council for Mental Well-Being called Mental Health First Aid. It appeared to me that this program that there could be very beneficial for our department heads and elected officials, and then carried down to all employees. My concern has been the last couple of years with the COVID and stuff that, and I think statistics bear this out, that, we're seeing a lot of increased mental anguish by individuals. And this is a program which tries to give you a little bit of knowledge so that you detect that from individuals earlier rather than later, and and hopefully have some kind of assistance that you can provide them. So that was basically that on July 25th, as Ron mentioned. We met with Innovation, with Elevate, talked primarily about the development east of Fifth Avenue. Ron, being part of the building committee, he was able to fill in most of the blanks on that for them. So that was all I had. Now, I do have a speaker request form from Chet Ellsworth that he wanted to speak on item 22, my report.
Chet Ellsworth. I'm going to withdraw on that. I understood from the minutes there that there was a report that would, and it wasn't in the packet. So I was expecting to see what happened at your meetings and then be able to comment on that. So I'm withdrawing my.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sir, these are just reports for.
Yeah, is there going to be a written report on who went and what you did at the meetings?
We will eventually put together a full report between the three of us that attended that, with the various seminars, workshops that we went to, and make recommendations either to HR or transportation or whoever it is.
Will that be in your packet somewhere, or coming along somewhere?
I doubt that it'll be in the packet. Most of it's going to be for internal use. But a lot of these type things is a matter of trying to glean information of what your cohorts are doing in other areas that may be beneficial. So one of the things I spent a lot of time doing was talking with county commissioners from various states, talking about, what are you doing to, be competitive in your pay, and how are you retaining your employees? And it was just a huge range of different things. And there might be some things there that we can take and utilize for our own benefits.
But it'll manifest itself somehow in some reports internally.
True,
Yeah.
probably will, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskin.
so the meeting with Elevate, Anna and Garth, they just showed us the proposed TIF, which would basically go from downtown Rapid City to the School of Mines, encompass about 124 acres. And then they identified different lots and where they were assessed at. And if they're if those lots were underdeveloped, and anyhow, with that being said, you know, our campus is right in the middle of this proposed district, but that's what the gist of that was, just to give us a quick presentation and something that they got on the drawing board.
I haven't. Was that, who was that?
Anna Hayes and Garth with Elevate.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
They gave us.
I've been trying to hook up with,
Matt?
no, they're doing some TIF upgrading. Who's that guy that's presenting?
Morris?
Toby. I think Toby's been calling, but I haven't been able to hook up with him.
That's relative to Box Elder.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm working with Toby and Isaac Almanza on our Hill City TIF.
Anything else? Otherwise, I need a motion to go to executive session.
Move to go into executive session.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
I mean,
I'll read motions if you want them, if somebody will make them.
Okay, good.
Okay. So the first motion we need is to place Sean Smith at DBM C44, step 5, $38.50 an hour, effective August 7th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. State's Attorney's Office, place Cynthia Bittner at DBM B23, step 10, $24.77 an hour, effective July 24, 2022.
Second.
Motion a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Next one is to place Alexandria Weiss at DBM C44, step 8, $3,297.60 biweekly, effective July 24th, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Joan, you doing okay on this?
Yeah. Gonna get it in writing next, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Buildings and grounds. Place the custodians as follows. Kyle Clifford, A12, step 19, $16.86 an hour. Carrie Heinz, A12, step 9, $15.04 an hour. Joshua Hill, A12, step 8, $14.86 an hour. Mark Miller, A12, step 21, $17.21 an hour. James Peterson, A12, step 7, $14.68 an hour, effective August 7th, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Buildings and grounds. Move to place Jody Sorensen, Administrative Assistant 1, A13, Step 9, $17.39 an hour, effective August 7th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion 3 for buildings and grounds. Move to place the custodial maintenance technicians as follows. Rhonda Scott, B21, step 6, $18.84 an hour. Nate Udell, B21, step 6, $18.84 an hour, effective August 7th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I think that passed with one vote. Motion 4.
Aye.
Aye.
Buildings and ground. Move to place the building technicians 2 as follows. Joe Kuriapia, B21, Step 4, $17.98 an hour. Jason Ray, B21, Step 6, $18.84 an hour. James Whitcree, B21, Step 10, $20 an hour, effective August 7th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion 5 for Buildings and Grounds. Motion to place Scott Wire, Building Specialist 2 at B22, Step 15, $23.72 an hour, effective August 7th, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Motion 6, move to place the Building Specialist 3 as follows. Tyler Rand, B23, Step 15, $26.24 an hour. Kenneth Pomplin, B23, Step 15, $26.24 an hour, effective August 7th, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion 7, move to place David Scott Jr., Building Technician 2, B21, Step 11, $28.23 an hour. Gabriel Bergnoin, Building Technician 3, B22, Step 8, $21.84 an hour. And Zachary Lawson, Building Specialist 2, B22, Step 15, $23.72 an hour, effective August 7th, 2022.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Motion 8, move to place the following foreman and supervisor as follows. Jason Enders, B31, Step 18, $30.40 an hour. Russell Heipel, B31, Step 20, $31.06 an hour. Stephen Lucan, B31, Step 4, $24.95 an hour, effective August 7th, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Last motion, move to place Rita Bender, Office Manager, C42, Step 13, $3,101.60. Kevin Burton, Senior Construction Project Manager, C43, Step 6, $2,938.40. Cindy Chapman, Construction Project Manager, C41, Step 16, $3,026.40. Dave Eccleston, Assistant Director, C41, Step 19, $3,152.80, effective August 7th, 2022.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.